used to us starting on time.
Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled board meeting for Wednesday, May 8th, 2019. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the attendance roll call, Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Yee, Director Torres,
Present.
Director Gonzalez,
Here.
Director Harris, Vice President London, President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
The board will now recess into closed session. We will be discussing the items listed on the agenda. We will reconvene for public session at 5:30. The board is now in recess. Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a second roll call, please?
It's on the second attendance roll call. Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge,
I am present.
Director Yee, Director Torres, Director Gonzalez, Director Harris, Vice President London, President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. There was no reportable action taken in closed session today. Oh,
No, there's no reportable action for closed session.
so before we begin, we want to review our oath of office and meeting norms for the Board of Education meetings. The oath of office is on page 7. The meeting norms for the board are honoring the time, acting as a collective body, checking for understanding and surfacing assumptions, sharing divergent views and valuing this as a learning opportunity, celebrating successes in each other's contributions, presuming positive intent, and no personal attacks. We are moving on to special orders of the day. We have one special order of the day today. Is there a motion to adopt item I-1, which is a tribute to 3 of our teachers for National Board for Professional Teaching Standards for certified teachers for the school year 2018-19.
Second.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Vice President London. For this honor, we're going to have our Chief of Talent, Ms. Tara Gard, to introduce the item and the awardees today.
I'm not sure. Okay, there we go. Good evening. I first feel very honored to bring forward our teachers who've received the National Board Certification on this week, because this is Teacher Appreciation Week. And I'd like to ask people who are actually here, if you can stand up if you've been a teacher or a retired teacher. You just stand up for us. A teacher or a retired teacher. All right, teacher, retired teacher. If we can give them a hand. We should be thanking our teachers every day, but this is that week. Okay, thank you. So tonight, I'm very pleased to announce that we have 3 of our OUS teachers who have received National Board Certification. That's Miss Anne Marie Gamble, Mr. Kevin G., and Miss Agnes Zapata. The National Board was established as a profession's means for the defining and recognizing accomplished teaching. National Board standards are created by teachers for teachers, and the majority of National Board professional teaching standards board members are National Board certified teachers. The National Board certified teaching practice believes that if all teachers were expected to demonstrate and accomplish practice through the National Board certification, the public discussion on education would be completely different than it is today. For example, there would be deeper reflection on student learning and less divisive debate over evaluating teachers. We'd find new ways to support teachers as respected professionals and give them the authority they deserve in education policy. We'd talk less about tenure and more about keeping accomplished teachers in the classroom. Teaching should be regarded as a premier profession, drawing a greater share of top graduates seeking to make a difference and be recognized for it. National Board certification is considered the most rigorous, coveted, and respected professional certification available in education. The National Board for Professional Teaching Standards celebrated 3,907 new board-certified teachers, and we are fortunate to have these three with us. So I would like to call up Miss Anne Marie Gamble, who is a 6th grade teacher at Urban Promise. Okay, and then we're also going to call up Mr. Kevin G., math teacher at Oakland Tech. Give you the vote. And finally, Miss Agnes Zapata, who is an English teacher at Fremont High. So they're here today. We are very proud to have them as our teachers, and the board, I believe, may want to take a photo. Yes, take a photo with you. And thank you very much for being here with us in Oakland.
We'll go down and take some photos, but does anyone want to make any remarks?
They already told me they did not.
No remarks? Okay. We will come down for a photo then.
Call the roll. Call the roll. We made.
Great. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam President. We have one, Ben Tapscott.
I would just like to congratulate the teachers. I had my first job after I left college in Oakland. San Jose wanted me, but Oakland got me. And it's just such a delight to have young teachers out there educating our young children. And I just wanted to congratulate you. And hopefully no more charter schools because we lose OEA teachers.
Madam President, before we have a vote, I actually have a comment. If you all are going to comment, I actually have a comment. And this is to the director, Ms. Gard, as well. Because, you know, congratulations. Congratulations, because what I have learned over the years is that it is a lot of work, and you don't get, like, time off to do this work. You're actually teaching in classrooms, you're taking care of your families, and then you're doing this board certification work. And so for the 10 years that I've been around, it is always a delight to see those that have stepped up. And that preface and that beginning paragraph that you read about what it would mean if we had more teachers that were board certified. And so I really kind of want to know, when we talk about retention, when we talk about, quality instruction in classrooms, what is it that we can be doing? What should we be suggesting as policy or some direction around, how do we make sure that more people are doing this? Like, regionally, can we put some attention to, an equity issue, however we want to talk about it, right? Should we have more African Americans stepping up and doing this work? How can we coach and support them to do that? What happens after you're board certified? Like, is there a cohort now of, mentoring or coaching or supporting the next generation of board certified folks? I would just like to see, to the superintendent, Mr. Sarecki today, just, some kind of attention to, like, how can we really lift this up and do the work? Because we talk about it and you all go out and do it on your own initiative. But I'm wondering what effort we should be doing to really support this. So congratulations again, and maybe you could help us think, what are the barriers, what could possibly be next steps for others.
Thank you.
Okay, ready for roll call? On the roll.
Director Yee.
Hi. I also want to congratulate you and tell you how proud and honored I am that you would put in the effort to get certification. This was actually a question for Ms. Gard. We've been doing national board We were doing national boards certification for around 10 years now. Is it?
Yes.
And do we know how many our national board certified teachers we've actually produced in Oakland, and how many are still working with us?
I'm going to give you a number what I believe to be true, and then I'll come back with it for sure.
Okay,
Believe there is 75.
75.
Yes, but I don't know how many have come through the system. I believe that there may be. I'm not sure if it's 75 total that we've come through the system or 75 now. So I have to double check that.
Right.
On that
I mean,
number.
it's one of those things that I believe you don't have to get recertified or anything like that. So, you know, it's just as we visit classrooms and so forth, we don't actually necessarily know unless now we know the three of you, and when we see you, you know, you will smile in a different way. But it would be great if we actually had. Do we have any way of acknowledging for parents and for the students in their classrooms that in fact they are nationally board certified?
You know, not that I'm aware of, and that's actually, I haven't thought of that. So that's something that we can definitely do. It might happen at schools, and I don't know, but not that I'm aware of. So we can definitely think about that. We do pay a stipend each month, but it's, you know, other districts might pay a little bit more. So we're working on that also.
The main thing for me, it was really be great for us to to have this effort and this talent actually publicly acknowledged beyond, you know, this board presentation, even though this is really terrific to see you all.
Thank you.
On the roll.
My name is Silver White, and it's been my honor to work with Agnes through the board certification process. We have a support group through Stanford, and that's the group that I've worked with Agnes through, and others in Oakland also. You spoke to what can we do, and I can name at least 3 specific things. One, it is very time-consuming, and time off for them to do it would be good, paid time. 2, it's expensive. When I started working with a group of teachers in Oakland 2-3 years ago, the group that started out numbered over 20. At this point, only 2 have certified because they dropped out because of the expense of the program. So money to be there for them to complete the program would be excellent. Stipends are available to teachers once they're certified. I don't know if that's in place in Oakland, but districts do have stipends, and the stipends go from, it just depends. Some districts can afford San Francisco, it's $5,000 a year. Berkeley, it's $1,500 a year, so it just depends. The final thing I want to say is that more awareness of what this program is all about and how teachers can become board certified needs to be out there. It goes from kindergarten all the way through high school. If teachers could use some of their staff development time, doing staff meetings or whenever, to make teachers aware would be excellent. An excellent thing for them to do. I am supporting as many teachers as I can in Oakland, Berkeley area, because the trip to Stanford it's just a long trip after a while. So I'm doing that. A lot of it we do just because grassroots, it needs to happen. So those are some of my suggestions to you if you want to see this go. And you are right in that if we could get more board certified teachers into the classroom, the level of everything just goes up a notch. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Director Gonzalez.
Congratulations and thank you for your work.
Mr. Rickshaw, I think we're ready for a roll call.
Okay. On the roll call to adopt the tribute to the National Board Certified Teachers, Student Director Amasoho.
Yes.
Director Chavez, Student Director Chavez.
Yes.
Okay, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee. Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Vice President London.
Yes.
And President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you and congratulations.
It's going. We can do it. We started on time. Hey, we started on time. We can do it.
Saki, where's Saki?
Somebody be saying they gang signs up here. We ain't gangs up here, man. That's what they be saying. You better hurry up, Gary.
I'll get it.
Some days. I don't know. Maybe he's going down there.
We got the picture, man.
I know.
Let's tell him. Wait. Hurry.
Oh, is that me or is that you? Oh. We cutting out? Warriors game? Oh, we upstairs? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Or the 22nd. So congratulations again for this great honor. It's also wonderful to be able to celebrate you on during Teacher Appreciation Week. So we are moving on to modifications to the agenda. I do have an item to pull, which is P92. We are pulling that from the agenda. Are there other modifications to the agenda?
You mean withdrawn?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm withdrawing P92.
Director Ng, I do not know it's P94. I would like to pull P94, which is a,
To postpone, right?
well, I would like to discuss it, if we could briefly. Thank you.
Great. Any other modifications to the agenda tonight? All right. With that, we're moving on to student board members' report.
Good evening, board members, students, families, and community. The All City Council Student Union Governing Board is delighted to share with you all what we have been up to and what we are planning in the next couple of weeks. Last Wednesday, we held our first central office redesign engagement with student leaders. ACC met with district leadership to give guidance and an input on the four main drivers. One thing that was clear to us as students is that we need to be at the center of all the drivers, and that means we need to be at the table. We need to be included as partners in curriculum, design, in facilities, and budget and finances, in school expansions, mergers, etc., in hiring, in evaluation and feedback, in trainings and academic standards, and credit recovery, in attendance, cultural, climate, in any protocol, policies, and practices. We are very hopeful and look forward to the next engagement. We will put out the date to hopefully have more students join us. The 22nd Annual Oakland Middle School Peer Resource and Ethnic Studies Conference that took place on April 26th was not only a well-executed day, but very fun indeed for both the middle schoolers, teachers, staff, and community. We hosted over 200 people, workshop presents from 18 different community-based organizations and OUSD departments, volunteers, staff, and teachers, and students from 13 middle schools, including Alliance Academy, Claremont, Edna Brewer, Elmhurst Community Prep, Life Academy, Melrose Leadership Academy, Montera, Oakland Soul, Roosevelt, United for Success, Urban Promise Academy, Westlake, and West Oakland Middle School. All students, teachers, staff, and chaperones participated in one of the 20 student-led restorative justice community building circles, including 64 peer RJ leaders. The circles created a unique opportunity for Oakland youth leaders to build with each other. Students also had the opportunity to attend two of a list of 22 workshops on high school readiness, college readiness, ethnic studies, healthy living, and leadership. We are proud to have had 50% of our workshops led by middle and high school students, and 100% of our RJ circles be led by middle school students. We want to shout out our amazing All City Council middle school leaders who emceed the entire event and who spent the whole school year in the redesign division for the conference. Workshop topics, circle agendas, and this year's theme, improvement comes from youth movements, the world, Oakland, and yourself. Thank you to our powerful keynote student speakers, Anissa Fong, Dewey Academy, and APAL leader Lynn Lee. And Brewer ACC student leader and peer RJ leader, Berlin Trey, Germany, I believe so. Met West and AAMA Student Leadership Council, Vida Mendoza, Life Academy ACC student leader, and Mia Arroyo, Life Academy ACC student leader. And thanks to our distinguished guests, beautiful motivational speeches, and cultural performers, Cassie Eskridge, Mills College Associate Dean of Students, Mara Chavez Diaz, Mills College Assistant Professor of Ethnic Studies and OUSD alumni, Christopher Chapman, OUSD Office of Equity Deputy Chief, and Maritza Bernal, Mills student and OUSD alumni from Oakland International and former RJ leader. Thank you to our middle school network, Superintendent Mark Triplett, for attending and participating in the event, joining students in circle, having lunch with students, and enjoying the day with us. Thank you to Mills College for their partnership in hosting this year's conference. We are also happy to shout out that during the conference, students had the opportunity to bring student voice to revisions on the OUSD's physical education policy, and also participate in the renowned Skylines professional drama class taught by Ms. Do you know how to say her name? Abuele? Yes. In A Place to Belong. On May 1st, our ACC governing board came out to participate in May Day March and Strike for Immigrant and Workers' Rights, Oakland Sin Fronteras International Workers' Day mobilization. We came out in continued support for our state, city, and school district to stand up for human rights and sanctuary for all. There were many students, staff, families, community organizations uniting as one. One of the lead chanters of the march was our beloved Student Director Yoma Omosofu and Student Director Chavez, and the ACC crew marched and chanted and connected with different students and people. We hope to see more of you out there next year. And be prepared for this following date, the ACC High School Youth Action Summit and Elections. The 10th year anniversary will be taking place on Friday, May 17th, 8:30 a.m. through 3 p.m. at the First Unitarian Church of Oakland. This day we will be electing the future ACC student members and also identifying the next steps for ACC, the ACC campaign, Making A through G Real. Please connect to youth all over the district to run and possibly get elected to represent their fellow peers to the best of their abilities. Even if you don't want to run, come out and vote on the campaign, next steps, and on your next leadership body for our ACC 2019 through 2020 Student Union. To RSVP, attend, or if you are interested in running for one of the positions, check out our social media pages. And for flyers, permission slips, and for more information of any announcements made today, please contact Yota and I at yota.amosohu@ousd.org or me, josue.chavezigas@ousd.org. And before we finish the report, I actually wanted to kind of bring something very important of what happened in one of the workshops, and that is the physical education one. And so I don't know if you all know this yet, but I also work for a nonprofit organization called Hope Collaborative. And so with that, we've been working with OUSD to kind of bring into students on recreating the policies of physical education. And when we led the workshop and all that kind of good stuff, I noticed that there's a major problem with the physical education that we are providing. And that is policies that are not really being reinforced, teachers and students not really, let's say, it just doesn't sound right. If you really want to know the specifics, please be more than happy to speak with me or email me. But it's just very concerning on how physical education, there's like it's not really checked. And there's a very big problem with that. So just expect some, and in the future, some policies regarding, major shifts and changes with that. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you to our student directors. Are there comments or questions by the board? Director Hinton-Hodge.
Thank you so much for the report. I just want to kind of add to the PE question. So if you're doing any I know you're working with Hope Collaborative, but whatever the internal conversation is, please look and speak to students who are at McClymonds High School. They just had a meeting with the superintendent last week, and that was a huge issue that was raised. And I think it's something, obviously not directly for us, but to be clear that we are supporting physical education. But it feels like a staffing issue as well. Like, do we have highly qualified people? Do we have all the positions filled? Are we utilizing outside entities? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the piece is around that. And I feel like we've been here before. I'm kind of looking at Director London, because I feel like we tried to do some cleaning up of the policy, and in particular even around PE for special needs students who have special, there's that element as well. So anyway, thank you for doing that, but if you could check in with students at MAC, I think they would appreciate it.
Vice President London.
Thank you for your report and for your service. And yes, I just sent you an email because PE, I could give you an earful of my experiences. And I don't know if you're focusing just on the middle and high school PE or if you're also looking at the lower grades, because we have some requirements under state law about how many minutes of PE students are supposed to have and what that looks like and how that is implemented in the elementary schools. So do you have, were you focused?
So yeah, we are focusing on the broad aspect of how physical education is taught to the people, to the kids, to youth, middle school students, high school students, and the main focus is to not just have physical education taught during the classes, but also teaching them on how to be healthy adults to practice.
Yeah. So we should talk. There's a couple of people I would refer you to, particularly our wellness program. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but every school has a wellness champion or can have a wellness champion. And sometimes that person chooses to focus on PE. Sometimes it's other things. But also get from Mr. Siricki, there should be someone in our curriculum department who's the lead on PE, and that would be very helpful for you to talk with them as well.
Director Torres?
I would just like to be able to get some more detail in an email and then obviously be given follow-up quickly, maybe within a couple weeks before our next board meeting as to who's working on it and how long it'll take to address this issue. It sounds pretty important. Thank you.
Thank you so much again. We will hear more at the subsequent meeting, and we actually will have an opportunity to celebrate both of our student directors at our next board meeting, which will be the last one before the end of the school year. So stay tuned for that. I do not have a president's report for today. Our superintendent, Johnson Smell, is out ill today. In her place, we have our chief of staff, Mr. Curtis Siricki, who will give the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Ng, and good evening, board members and community. I'll follow up both of you around the PE issue. We'll have a good conversation. And there's a lot of work underway to address the issues that you're raising, actually. It's been an issue for a while. There was also an outstanding article in the Atlantic about the issue of PE across the country, not reaching the goals that PE is designed to do for young people. So it's not just an Oakland issue. So we can tackle it and set an example around how to make PE meaningful for its intended purpose. I would just encourage everybody to read the superintendent's report, and I'm going to just highlight a few pieces. The one thing I just wanted to start out with is a real robust appreciation for teachers, and particularly our Oakland teachers. I was just reflecting about how many groups that I've sat in, really from the time I think I was in high school, people asking me who's actually made the biggest impact in your life, and I continue to be in circles and in check-ins and places where that question is answered. And I would say that 95% of the time, the answer that myself gives or the people that I'm in the group with is a teacher. And I can't think of another profession that has a more profound impact collectively in our communities, in our state, and in our nation. I mean, we have over 6 million kids in public schools a day in California alone. And in Oakland, we have close to 50,000 kids in public schools. And so when I think about the collective impact that our teachers have on a whole generation and multiple generations around the well-being of our communities and our state, I can't think of another profession that should be held in higher esteem than our teachers. So just on behalf of the superintendent, really wanted to just give a big shout out to our Oakland teachers, and it was great that we were able to celebrate teachers that have really reached the gold standard in their profession with the national certification. The second thing I wanted just to announce some good news. It's around another grant that we just received, is that we just were granted the Strong Workforce Grant from the state. The High School Link Learning Office, really with the leadership of Miss Rebecca Lecoq, who's the director of Link Learning, landed a $2.5 million grant that will be used over 30 months. That will increase the articulation between our Link Learning pathways and post-secondary programs with the focus on Peralta career pathways. The OUSD proposal is the highest scoring proposal in the Bay Area region. It will provide students access to high-paying careers, ensuring OUSD students get access to post-secondary education leading to livable wage. The grant will specifically provide more support to students to make the transition by focusing on students who have historically struggled to transition into post-secondary programs. The grant includes implicit bias and culturally responsive training for CTE teachers and Peralta staff, guidance counseling in middle school through post-secondary. So we're really excited about landing that grant. And over the next few weeks, there'll be other news. We have some grants pending, some we know but don't have official approval for. So I think we're gonna have more good news on us bringing more resources to our kids. The other piece that I just really wanted to highlight is that last week on Tuesday, on the 30th, we were able to do a ribbon cutting to really celebrate the fact that 71 of our schools now have water hydration stations installed. We're completing another 5 schools this month, so we'll reach almost all of our schools, and we're also investigating water hydration systems that can also be used in our child development centers, which we're really excited about. This was a great collaboration between the city, who invested about $370,000 through the Measure HH, the sugar sweetened beverage tax, and the commission, as well as Alameda County Supervisor Wilma Chan, who granted $100,000 from her own 100 Measure A funds to actually help us to do this. And so if you haven't seen these beautiful hydration stations at our schools that are well lit, have really advanced filtration systems, I would encourage you to do so. The data that we're collecting around the usage is really off the charts, the number of students that are actually using the stations, and we're going to be tracking. We do actually survey and ask students around their consumption of sweet and sugary beverages. We hope to see a reduction in that, and I think, as many of you know, this was a major effort and was spurred on as another one of our strategies to mitigate the trace amounts of lead in some of our water fixtures. And so I just really wanted to announce that was a big win around a citywide effort to help address an issue that came up in our schools. And those are the 3 things I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Sirki, is there any questions or comments by the board on the superintendent's report? Director Torres.
So I did want to say thank you for giving a bit of a brief overview about the water, and in having had a meeting about that same issue, it does appear that with the water filtration systems, apparently only 2 had a trace, a level of like 0.1 or 0.1, and our goal and the policy was 0.05, and then subsequent even greater reduction. But the majority of those filtration stations is 0 trace. So the only thing that I was going to say is that I'm curious to know if there is a timeline to which 100% of our schools would have them. I know we're really close, but I wonder if there was a timeline to close that. The filtration systems that all of our students would use.
Yeah, the only, I'll forward a report to you. I just actually completed a report today for the sweet and sugary beverage, just on the use of those, and we can make it public. It gives the reason, there's some installation issues, that's the only thing holding up, but we're addressing those to be able to get it to the remainder of the schools on the list.
And I think that the other thing that I was told this week on Tuesday in the meeting was that the charter schools were proving a little more challenging, and so the person who was supposed to be in the meeting did not show up from Buildings and Grounds. So I guess the issue would be as well a timeline for us to get a report back that the charters are also all in compliance with the testing at the very least.
Yeah, I will get back to you on the testing, and we are both for the child development centers and for charter schools that are in OUSD facilities that we own, that we still want to have clean water. We want all of our kids, no matter what school they go to, have clean water, but in our buildings, we want to be able to install the hydration system as well. So in addition to rounding out the rest of our schools, the child development centers and our facilities that have other charters housed are also in the queue.
The last thing I would probably ask about this topic is just to know if there's a cost saving that's affiliated with the grandiose amount that was said when we were looking at this, and Director Hinton Hodge and I were working with the community in numerous hours of meetings, and the pushback typically is going to be the cost, because pipes were just old. It wasn't as if we were negligent in exposing students, but that we have buildings that are very old, and we can't keep up in regard to that. So I'm wondering if the filtration systems, as a result, one, they're very flashy, people love them, and especially students, and so that's great that they're using something with no trace, but I'm just wondering, now that did we save money, or what ended up happening? Because I think we put an allotment for that, and so I'm just wondering how that panned out, because I didn't think we expected it would be this quick.
I will get back to you on like a full report around, because I do know that there was a combination that we did some extensive work on pipes as well as other fixtures, and we also did the hydration. So it was a multi-pronged approach, but the goal for the hydration was to quickly get a 100% clean water source in every school.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Mr. Strickey. At this time, we will have comments by bargaining units. I received an email from President Keith Brown from OEA that he has had appointed Yale Friedman to speak on his behalf for today. Yeah, this would be the time to speak on behalf of OEA. So we have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Yael Friedman, and I currently teach 2nd grade at Howard Elementary. I have 27 students in my class now, but for most of the year I had 29. My students are bright and curious. Almost all of them are 2nd or 3rd generation Oakland residents. I work every day to support my students' growth, to help them feel successful and worthy of respect. I do this by planning lessons and tending to their social emotional needs as best I can. I also support them by offering an inviting space to which they feel a sense of ownership. I take pride in my students and classroom with the understanding that my students learn both from taught and from implicit curriculum. When my students come in and see the classroom is clean and set up in the way they are accustomed, I send them the message that they are important, that their learning is important, and that they deserve to learn in a space that is comfortable and inviting. I send them the message that they matter to me, both in my words and in my behavior. It's for this reason that I ask you to consider the impact of the charter school expansion at Howard and to stop it from happening. What message are we sending our children when the teachers and supporters of our school's neediest students are working out of literal closets and a room in the cafeteria? What message are we sending children experiencing trauma when a session with their therapist is punctuated by cafeteria noise? What message are we sending them when we are causing such a major disruption in our school, which for too many of our kids is the one place in their life with stability and predictability? While it is true that the letter of the law designates rooms used for therapy and special ed resources as underutilized, common sense and a basic understanding of what our school provides to our students indicate that these spaces are just as necessary as any other classroom. Just because something is legal does not make it ethical. It is unethical to force teachers of special needs students to work in subpar conditions, It is unethical to further marginalize children of color by denying them adequate space to learn. By expanding Francophone's occupation of Howard, you send the message to some of the district's most vulnerable students that they are not worthy of these most basic resources. You tell them that their learning is not as important as that of affluent outsiders with no stake in our community. I would also like to mention that the contract between OUSD and the OEA specifically states in Article 1066, quote, each special education teacher shall be assigned to a classroom or adequate work area with appropriate privacy and furniture for students and paraprofessionals. Further, quote, special education teachers shall be treated as part of the faculty and shall have the same rights and responsibilities of regular classroom teachers. Putting 5 working professionals in a 15 by 15 storage area is inadequate both for reasons of privacy and for the physical space needed to serve these students. Our special ed teachers deserve to be supported and accommodated, not shoved into closets. All children in Oakland are entitled to a high-quality education. Half of Francophone students are not even residents in Oakland, and yet they will be given half of our school. This is a school that has served Oakland residents for generations. I have students whose grandparents attended Howard as children. As our elected officials, it is your job and obligation to protect the integrity of our schools and ensure that our children are provided with resources necessary for their education. Your inaction in this matter is a betrayal of your responsibility to Oakland children, and particularly to those who need the most support. We ask that you honor our students by stopping this expansion from going forward. Oh, sorry, I realized that I didn't really introduce what I was speaking about, but I teach at Howard, and recently Prop 39, a Prop 39 offer was given to a Francophone Elementary, which is a charter school. 45% of their students don't live in Oakland, and they're being given 7 classrooms in our school. And so resource specialists and the inclusion teacher and a therapist is they're being forced to work out of closets and storage areas because the classrooms that they're currently occupying are designated as underutilized. And so this is a huge affront to our students, and it's a huge affront to our community. It was done without our consent, without our consultation, and it's going to be a huge disruption for a community that has been through a lot and deserves better from the people that they elected, and especially you, Mr. Harris. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You can request that.
President Ng, I believe that Ms. Mararca is here. I just wonder if there's been consultation with the school about the impact of the Prop 39 offer and what the plan is to mitigate the impact on the school.
Hi, Sonali Mararca, Director of the Office of Charter Schools. We know this is a really tough co-location. It's definitely not ideal, and we're definitely looking for a different home for Francophone for the following year. That said, our primary consultation has been with the principal of the school, and I have a meeting with her on Monday to discuss further the sort of how the co-location will work, and then from there, usually once we meet with the principal, we do meetings with the community if it's desired. So.
My understanding of Prop 39 is that we only have to offer space for the in-district students.
That's right. We only offered space for their in-district students. They have 65% in-district, so we did only offer space for those kids.
Okay. And then to the point about the OEA contract and the guarantees that are made to special education teachers, do you know whether we have fully examined the implication of asking special ed teachers to give up their classroom space and whether that opens us up to liability on those issues?
Yeah, let me check with our legal counsel and get back to you about that. Prop 39 certainly the law doesn't contemplate it, but I can get back to you.
Okay.
Director Torres.
So when you say that you had a meeting primarily with the principal, that leaves me confused. Did you or did you not have a meeting with the principal, and when?
We've corresponded by email with the principal, and the network superintendent has also corresponded with the principal, and meets with her regularly.
Do you know when?
Do I know when I last emailed with her?
The first time that someone told the principal this might be happening.
Well, so the school is currently there, so the principal has known. So the school is currently there, so the principal is known for at least a year. And then I can go back, I can check and verify, but typically in November, December is when we reach out to the principal to talk about, here's how many rooms we think schools are entitled to and how many we think are underutilized at your campus.
And in the process, is there no ability then to broaden the circle of collaboration with the principal and teachers to maybe come up with a plan? Versus it being imposed on them?
So the process thus far has been in past years that we primarily work with the principal, but I agree that a process improvement could be to work with a larger group of folks at the school.
So for instance, if the principal was asked by you or whoever is doing the work, the network soup, give us 5 teachers to be on a committee to figure out a plan as opposed to just imposing something on someone. Does that sound like something that might be reasonable?
Yeah, I think that's something that's very reasonable. Okay. And certainly if the principal had suggested that they wanted us to come out to a meeting, we're always open to that.
Okay. I don't understand how this happened.
Are there any other questions? I just had a quick, just a quick question, and Mr. Strickey will. So is it true that the Prop 39 law, it does not take into account specialized needs for rooms like special resource rooms and other, is that, does it not take into account those types of services for needs?
The utilization.
Yeah, in terms of utilization at school sites.
The formula includes sort of a base number of classrooms per student as well as flex space rooms, and the flex space rooms are not defined, so schools could use those in a variety of ways.
And then the formula, the Prop 39 formula, would it provide additional, because we know that there are some schools that have a high population of special ed students that have a need for certain accommodations, and so there's nothing in the law that allows for additional space issues for special ed cases?
There's nothing explicit. We did this year try to take that into account in a way that's a little bit nuanced by saying that district schools, because they serve SDC students who require a lower ratio, that charter schools, because they don't serve SDC students, shouldn't get that benefit of using that lower ratio, because as folks may know, the way that we determine how many rooms a charter school is entitled to is based on a comparison set of district schools and how much space they use. And so in calculating how much space charter schools were entitled to, we only looked at the gen ed students and their ratio to classes, rather than including the SDC students who by law have a lower ratio. So that did mean that we ended up giving charter schools fewer classrooms than they might otherwise be entitled to.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Strickey.
Yeah, I just wanted to for more context, that the Francophone is already at the school, and that's 2 more classrooms that were offered through the Prop 39 for. Is it how many, Director
I believe it's
Maraca?
4 more.
It's 4 more. 4 more classrooms that are being offered, and so I think that she just answers some of the comments that I was going to make around the special ed piece as well. But just want to say that that it was just part of all of the discovery we did around Prop 39 space across the district earlier in the year through the process.
Director Gonzalez?
I was just telling Vice President London that this issue about special education not being considered in the Prop 39 formula is a problem, and that we should take up with our lobbyists when we have our next legislative committee call, because that's outrageous that districts like us and Los Angeles Unified that are heavily impacted by charter schools don't have exceptions in the law to be able to consider our space needs, which are really different.
I think Prop 39 in general, I haven't seen a lot of conversation about at the state level, and I think there are a number of changes that would benefit the district.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marca. Did you have? Ms. Marca, if you could come back up. Sorry. Student Director Omosoho has a question.
I don't know if you're the right person to ask this question, but like, what's the plan for students who have to move into like the tight spaces right now? Like, what's gonna happen to because like I know I can be in a closet and learn. Like, so what's the plan for that?
To spell that, is that true? This is crazy.
So I'll know more once I talk with the principal next week, and so I can circle back with what the plans are for
Excuse me,
using the
Mr.
space.
Interim Superintendent, Mr. Sarakian, through the president. I know that she's off work and it's contract, but this is like, you know, I want to be clear about like our responsibility that children are not like in closets and being abused. And so I want to trust what people are saying, but it is not acceptable for me to feel like I'm going to walk away from here. Someone will go out and say that OUSD puts children in closets, special ed students in closets, and we'll wait, excuse me, and we will wait until Monday to find this question out. So to me, that kind of allegation needs to be a conversation for me, like before the end of this meeting, if you do not mind, through the president and through Mr. Acting Superintendent. That does not feel comfortable for me, that someone can make that kind of allegation and then we're like, well, we'll get back to you on Monday.
Mr. Shirky, is there some follow-up that can be quickly done, perhaps through Ms. Renteria?
At this point, once Director Mararca is able to connect with the principal and report back on the exact plan that she's working on with the staff to accommodate the Prop 39 offer, we can more fully inform you.
We can email the principal.
Director Harris.
If you could just email me and let me know what time you're going to be there Monday, I'd like to join you.
It's a phone call, and you're welcome to join. I'll add you to it.
Sure. If you let me know what time it is, I'll be there while you're on the phone.
I see what you're
Sure.
saying. Yes.
Thanks.
That sounds great.
Thank you, Ms. Marca.
Thank you.
All right. So at this time, we have public comments on item N, followed by public comment on items A through M. That's what I said.
I understand there are no cards on N. Ms. Floyd will now call the cards on A through M.
Madam President, we have 7 speakers. 4 of those speakers are students, so I would invite them to come down when they hear their names. Malia Lau, Jermisha Hall, Winnie Ho, James Miller, Asada Olabala, Larry Moore, Carol Delton.
Please come forward, starting with the students.
2 minutes, I'm happy. Hello, my name is James Miller. I work for Oakland Kids First. I'm in 11th grade and I attend Fremont High School. Today, I'm going to be talking about case managers being essential to your budget. Case managers at my school have made a positive impact by helping stop conflicts, which improve safety. Eric is one of our case managers, and he has helped me improve my grades because sometimes I fall behind. And sometimes he personally pulls me out and helps me get back on track. Eric has given me many types of advice, including one that I still use today: turn in all your homework, whether it's finished or not. Some credit is better than no credit, he will say. We want schools to be a safe place for all students, especially high-need students as myself. I know of this because I believe every student has the right to feel safe, regardless of race, creed, or class. This means everyone should have support that they need. We demand that you include case managers in your budget for next year because I don't want to lose my core support system, aka Eric. Um, because of this budget for next year, our case managers might not have a job security, so help our case managers help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Malia, and I'm a sophomore at Oakland Tech. I represent the Youth Organizing Council of Oakland Kids First. I'm here tonight to speak about the superintendent's plan and decisions regarding the budget. I believe that each and every student has the right to feel safe in a place they're in for at least 6 hours a day and 5 days a week. I want every student to feel seen and to feel supported. I'm so privileged to be able to say that I have more than one adult in my life that would support me through a tough time. But I also know that not everyone can say that. Not every student can say they have an adult ally to support them and to stand for them. For example, high schools in East Oakland have 50% of high need students. They are the ones who would most benefit from individual help. And that is why I demand that OUSD hire more case managers that will serve as a support system to high need students. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sharmisha. I go to Oakland Tech and I'm a sophomore. I'm representing Oakland Kids First. Today I want to speak on why the superintendent's plan should set aside funds to protect and expand advanced classes and how it benefits students to become college and career ready. I believe that all students deserve access to advanced classes. My school currently has a nice variety of AP and HP classes, but this is not the case for all schools like Castlemont and low-income neighborhoods where they only currently have 2 AP classes. I feel that this is unfair to students who want more of a challenge in school but are not able to take the challenge because of the lack of resources given, or students that want a GPA boost that looks incredible on their transcripts when applying to colleges. AP classes allow students to earn college credits and save money when paying for tuition. It also prepares them for the academic work given to them during freshman year of college. This is why I demand that you avoid AP and HP classes when it comes to the budget cutting and give it to schools that need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. If your name was called, you can line up at this time.
Asada Oligbala, love life, love black people. I want to start off by saying somebody better give me some information on this thing about students going into closets. I'm going to be at the Alameda School Board meeting next May 14th, next Tuesday, and I'm going to talk about children, and that's child abuse. That's child abuse. And I'll be at City Council next Tuesday, all the committee meetings. Unless I get something different, I'm going to talk about this. Children will not be in closets. As it relates to the superintendent's report on water consumption, there's a report that just came out a couple of days ago that says we can no longer consume the tap water. Tap water consumption, they're saying over 15,000 people in a lifetime will develop cancer using tap water in California. So we have to look at that issue. Cultural responsive speakers. It's good that we delve into understanding cultures when we have these segregated schools that we have. That means nothing unless we develop some system of having children come together of different races and ethnicities to learn together. Right now, we have segregated schools, chartered and non-chartered. If you're going to deal with bias, you cannot deal with the implicit bias. We have implicit and explicit bias, okay? So don't falsify the picture of what bias looks like. as it relates to some of the community qualities that you want to develop. No mention of social and emotional skills. No mention of critical and analytical thinking. Students need to develop their creative talents. Those are not just careers, not just jobs. The ability to think for yourself. Be a critical thinker.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Carol Delton. I am a graduated parent within OUSD, and I am also a CTA member and special education specialist in an adjoining district. I'm very concerned, and I've been bringing it to your attention, of very similar issues that are going on at Howard right now to the way that some of the allocations for the original, I think you would call it part of the blueprint process, were done, that did not take into account the needs for some of these spaces. I wouldn't call them flex spaces. I would call them spaces for delivery of essential services that are part of a student's right to a free and appropriate public education. These do not only apply to SDC students. We have students who have standalone speech, students who have standalone resource. We have students who have occupational therapy. We have students who have mental health professionals coming in from other agencies, and they all need space to access those services privately in order to access their education. It is of great concern to me as a community member to have a remark, well, the principal should have known because Howard was there last year. Prop 39 is designed as a short-term below market rate program. The school does not have a right to the same space year after year, and perhaps there was another space that could actually have accommodated the growth of classrooms that Francophone needed. So I am concerned that when it comes down to it, the rights of OUSD students and especially special education students are falling to the fear of litigation. I wouldn't first consult the attorneys. I'd first consult the experts in special education who can tell you how best and where best to deliver those services.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Dodson.
I don't know if any of you have actually read Prop 39. It's very clear. It says Oakland School Board claims that it must offer space to charter schools because it is the law. That's a lie. Prop 39 does not say that. And OEA should sue this school board because if you don't know the law, you should know the law. It goes on to say that school districts must offer charter schools equitable space. And here's the catch. Charter schools are not to be co-located in functioning public schools. That's pretty clear. What you are doing is illegal. You are not to co-locate. If you want to co-locate, why don't you co-locate charters with charters? Why don't you collate up in the hills? Why are most of your charter schools, 45, located in black and brown communities? It says very clearly that they are not to be put in functioning schools. It's right here. That's the law. It says that this co-location has been used as a ploy to shut down public schools and replace them with charter schools within 2 or 3 years. We do not need Envision in West Oakland. We do not want Envision in West Oakland. We talked to the superintendent last August and told her to move those kids so 300 West Oakland students would have a feeder school. 300 of them. And now Envision is going to slide in through the back door. We do not want them in West Oakland. We do not want them over at Lafayette.
Thank you.
Good evening. Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I grew up with my sister, who is profoundly blind. She was blind from birth. So special education means something special to me. And I witnessed in the 34 years that I was a classroom teacher, charter schools, not charter schools, I was stuck on charter schools. I witnessed special ed classrooms. And most of the schools, as I moved around the district, they were always located outside the building. They were in the portables. The regular kids were in the building. Now, I know some people on this board are sensitive to bias and prejudice. There are all kinds of bias and prejudice, and one of them is against somebody that's just not like you. When my sister went to, briefly went to a elementary school in San Mateo, the kids would tease her because she was blind. That's not really unusual. That happens in people. So okay, so that's one thing. The second part is the water and the lead, and I'm two minds. Number one, it's because of the process here that many other children in other districts are getting water that's appropriate to those children without lead. It's because of the democratic process right here is people in this audience that came before you and the response went on. I'm not totally satisfied in the response, but I have to say I'm of two minds. Number one, I praise you for the issue. But but it's like a Band-Aid that you can't, how are you going to budget this type of corporation that momentarily provides a solution? You need a long-term solution to clean water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Any other speakers on this item? Moving on to the general consent report. Is there a motion to adopt the general consent report minus the two items that were pulled?
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee.
Can I comment on something?
Yes, Director Hinhaj.
I didn't pull it, but I just want to acknowledge that there's some movement happening around Ralph Bunch getting the kind of finishing kitchen done, and that has been a number of years. But that's also one of those projects that wasn't originally planned for, but later on, because of the design of the program, there was support that happened. And just for people to know that the culinary program at Ralph Bunch is a really thriving program. So incredibly appreciative of the staff moving this and allowing us to be able to have, it's not, I won't say makeshift, a really viable kitchen for students to be working and learning on. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Torres?
I also just wanted to make a few comments about things that I saw that, to me, in light of budget cuts, a strike, and various issues that have come up, we have a department, English Language Learner Office, Multilingual Achievement, that has a contract for the Lao family community development. And I think that as a district, when we started focusing on the Asian Pacific Islander students and the data, and we saw the performance was not your stereotypical Asian student, straight A's, 4.5 GPA, that now we're seeing more services, and the Lao community especially, that's a great thing that I found. And then also there was a contract to deal with refugee transition. I often tell people from other districts on school boards that Oakland does do a good job of serving students that come here and have the challenge of getting into class, focused on their studies, because they've come from someplace that they have seen some really horrific things or experienced or lived in their family. So I saw that we also have a contract to deal with refugee transition. And then lastly, Soccer Without Borders. I have met the founder of that organization, and
the beauty of Soccer Without Borders is that most of the refugee children come from countries that play soccer. They can play soccer with this organization and they can't communicate because none of them speak English and they all speak different languages from around the world. They've all seen horrific things, and then they can play soccer on the field, and that's their language. And so I'm really happy that the work is increasing with Soccer Without Borders, because for a while there it was a little touch and go whether we could fund that. So those are just a few things I wanted to highlight, that Oakland is doing great work with populations that are always at risk. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres. Mr. Rickshaw, before we move to a vote, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam President, we have 3: Jim Mordecai, Asada Olabala, Carol Delton.
Asada Oligbala, Love Life, Love Black People. I want to recognize that you are approving 104 items. God help you, how did you do this? All at one time. But I do want to recognize the items out of the 104 that relate to job training. And I'm highlighting that because there's just a report that came out at City Council that unemployment for the African Americans is 8.9%. It's 4.2% for whites and 4.5% for Latinos. So you do have tonight approval of the Cyphers Mandela Training Center pre-apprenticeship program, which is great. You have the BART Vocational Internship Program. You also have the Castlemont Job Training for Greenhouse, and someone mentioned the Ralph Bunche Academy, Hospitality Tourism. So this is great. I hope that a number of the African American students will have the opportunity to participate in some of these training programs. Lastly, I want to recognize that you have the opportunity to look at groups of people, and I'm talking about the limited language group, and I found 10 items on this agenda that support the various needs, and you mentioned some of them, Ms. Torres. But it just gives me an opportunity to say that because of Prop 209, we are not able to look at the needs of the African American students who have just as many concerns as these English limited students have, and they're not being addressed. And so I don't know how we can continue to have growth in this school district for some where they get accommodations and others don't. So I hope at some point we can start to get this Prop 209 out of the picture.
Thank you.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I would call the board's attention to two items on 48 P62 190769. It says professional service contract, California Math Festival, Markham Elementary. Then on page 53, it's a separate item. It says professional service contract, California Math Festival, Markham Elementary School. And they're both of them, there's different amounts. Why does it take 2 pages to do one item? One's $700 and the other one is $1,642. Why does it take 2 pages to do one item? So the second question about this is, this page is 100 students, this page is 100 students. What's the criteria? Who do you leave behind? Now, I understand, it's money, you have to write it and everything, but does anybody look at who shows up, who has access, or is it because you throw money out to the sites as the policy? It's up to the sites whether or not students get this math curriculum and some don't. And how does that work out? I mean, it's democratic to have money put to the sites and make decisions at the sites. That's a good philosophy. But if you bore down and look at how the philosophy is impacted, it becomes kind of, you talk sometimes about equity, Is there equity in the process of decentralizing and putting money out? And in some cases it would be, in other cases it wouldn't. What's going on here is my question.
Good evening, Board. Carol Dalton. I want to address my concern about the large number of items dealing with revisions and new board policies and bylaws that are stuck in this very, very long consent agenda without a representative of General Counsel's office present if you even had questions. I appreciate that item P92 was already pulled, and I hope it was pulled so it can be fully vetted and discussed with the Facilities Committee and then with the board. The other items that I have a particular concern with are P86, which is a revision to the reserves policy, P87, which is a new policy on transfers between funds, and P101, which is a revision on committees. However, that last one, P101, when I accessed it on the web, there was no markup that I could see. There was no red lining or blue lining at all. So as a member of the public, I can't tell what is new in there. One of the reasons that I am so concerned about this is that when I participated this fall in the fiscal vitality meetings, a large number of board policies were referenced, and a question that I had was, where do the assumptions come from in these board policies? And that was really never answered. And an example of that, the 12% and the 88%. How was that number arrived at? The reason that this is so critical for you and for your decisions is that these policies and bylaws will influence your decisions going forward and become the framework. I hope you take the time to fully look at them and discuss them before they are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sultan.
I guess I wanted to ask the board, where are we on testing water? Here is your report that was sent to the school board. This is dated January the 17th. It was released January 18th, 2019. I heard the comment about the filtration system. How are they going to get water with no cups? You've got one sitting right over here. I guess I'm supposed to put my mouth down there to drink it. We have no cups over at McClymonds. I brought this to your attention August 2016, and we still have lead at MAC. And I bet you we have lead in other schools. This report says, and I think you adopted 5 parts per billion. Pediatricians say less than 1%. Any lead causes permanent cognitive damage. Berkeley adopted less than 1 part per billion. Oakland has some of the best water because it comes from the snow. East Bay Mud made a report. The lead is contained in the pipes. Racist comments were made about McClymonds. Oh, we're not going to spend $90,000 to repipe that school. The other racist comment, oh, well, they don't need the showers because they don't shower anyway. What's going on with MAC? Why are they being singled out for less than any other school? We should have safe water in West Oakland. We should have safe water in all of our schools. Room 128, 4.2%. You wouldn't want 4.2% lead in your faucet at home. Another classroom, 106. This number has to be wrong. 32 points per billion, and you're talking about 5? We have 2 fountains in the hallway, 5.0. In the hallway, currently functioning.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
kids
Tapscott.
drink. No, I'm going to finish. The other one. Another one in the hallway.
He's just gonna. Director Harris.
President Ng, I failed to pull an item. Should I pull that item or just discuss it now?
Can we still pull an item now? Go ahead and discuss it.
Okay, so I just wanted to call attention to P67, Transportation Fund increase for Glenview, and ask, at what point is that project going to be complete?
Mr. White, would you be able to come forward as our Deputy Chief of Facilities to be able to talk more about that project?
Thank you. Thank you, Board. Director Harris, could you repeat the question?
At what point will the Glenview project be complete?
Glenview is actually scheduled to be complete December of 2019.
So this year. Okay, thank you. And
But
just
Ms. Director
Sorry.
Harris, my understanding is that Glenview will be complete in December, but the school will move into the building at the conclusion of the 1920 school year. So they have another year at that site.
yeah, it's causing me a little consternation that we've spent $2.5 million on transportation for this project over the duration. Not this year. Next year, it'll be another $500,000 roughly. I only wanted to say this is straight up unacceptable, that we have burned through this much cash transporting children, and this project began in 2016, I believe. So, as we think about the taxpayer, as we think about what they have done for this district, we just simply have to do better. So we will obviously, I will vote for this item tonight, but I just want to urge that we get better at completing the projects on the timeline that we say we're going to complete those projects. Obviously, Mr. White, you were not here at the start of this project. But again, it's $500,000 we could have spent differently for next year. But we won't have that opportunity.
Yes, sir. I understand. I do want to say the project's on schedule. We met with Glenview community, I believe Monday night, and we're on schedule and we're within budget as well so far. And so I know that the project was initially delayed. The delays were kind of pre-construction delays in terms of having to negotiate the leaseback contracts and having the terms and conditions changed legally that was required by the state, which attributed to the delay on that particular project. But we are planning to wrap it up in terms of construction December of 2020 and open it up at the New Glenview fall of 2019 and open it up at New Glenview August of 2020.
Director Torres.
I just wanted to make a quick comment on the topic that the families don't even want to be the recipients of such excessive amount of spending for busing themselves. They want to be in their school. And so the meetings were happening pretty intensely, pretty often, and then the parents and neighbors broke into various extra committees, forcing facilities and other staff to show up for those different meetings because the proximity of the homes practically sitting on top of Glenview, the old Glenview, and the amount of disruption and damage to homes and so on was a greater challenge than I think anybody anticipated that did the designs, that did work. And then, so there's been all kinds of issues, but I definitely know that the families, they have their children in multiple schools, Edna Brewer, Oakland Tech, 2 and 3 children in a family, and they don't want to be singled out as receiving this huge sum for transportation, except that getting their children to Santa Fe isn't even a choice they liked in many respects. And so they can't, anyway, so this is definitely taking a toll on the families as well that live in the area or below 580, because there are children below 580 that also go to Glenview. So I just wanted to say that, because I definitely feel like if they would like to move in the spring in between the winter session, but it's impossible over 2 weeks. The cost was so prohibitive for them to be able to move when it finishes in December, or if they could get it even a little earlier. It was just impossible. Teachers absolutely said, no, I'm not going to move over winter break when I want to be with my family. So anyway, they have tried to bend over backwards to get out of Santa Fe.
Thank you. Director Torres, Vice President London.
Thank you. So I just want to remind my colleagues and the public that we are in the, this is what we're seeing tonight with all these board policy revisions is an ongoing process that our legal department initiated to make sure that our policies are reflective of the many changes that happen every year in state law. Through the California School Boards Association, we have access to model policies, and what we are doing here is updating our policies to be in accordance with what is the current law as recommended by the California School Boards Association. We do have the option, colleagues, and in a minute we will be discussing a policy where I think we could do more. So I would encourage you, we're going to keep seeing these in the coming weeks, and that's what that's about. I was also wondering, Mr. Sawicki, it's my understanding that we worked very closely with the East Bay Municipal Utility District, taking advantage of funds from the state to make sure that all of our school facilities were free of lead in the pipes, and that if we did find lead in pipes, that we took those fixtures out of service. Can you confirm that, please?
That's the case, and that was actually confirmed at the press conference that we just had on last week as well. And we can also get an update on the testing, but that was the case.
Great, and people can find that on our website as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President London. Mr. Rachel, we're ready for a roll call.
Yes. On the adoption of the general consent report minus P292, P.-92 and P.-94. On the roll calls, Student Director Chavez.
Yes.
Student Director Amasoho.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Okay. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. We'll now go to item P, I believe it's P94.
P94.
For that, we'll turn it over to Vice President London.
Thank you. This is an update to our board policy on purchasing.
Motion.
I'm not ready to make a motion.
Well, you can't discuss it.
Okay, I'll make a motion to move item P94 19-0512. No, it's fine. Oh, we're going to discuss it. Okay, thank you. So thank you, colleagues. This item is an update to our purchasing policy, and I think we can do better. If anybody was paying attention yesterday, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change announced that we are in danger within our lifetime of losing 1 million species on our planet due to climate change. We, as a large customer, have a lot of influence with our purchasing power. There is a lot that we can do to change how products are packaged, what's in the products. There's a lot we can do to change the materials that we use in our construction practices. And this policy is okay, but we could do so much better. So I would recommend to us that we look at an environmentally preferable purchasing policy that's produced by Stop Waste, which is the Alameda County Waste Management Authority. And I don't want to say we should adopt it, because our staff hasn't had a chance to look at it and figure out which pieces of it are relevant. Some of it we may be doing already. But what I'm going to propose that we do is we approve P94, and then under new legislative items, I'm going to ask that we direct the superintendent and her staff and it's going to be a cross-departmental effort because you're going to have to look at every aspect of the organization to identify how we can reduce our footprint, our carbon footprint, in the way that we do business and how we procure. And I think we'll also find that we can probably save money along the way. So I'm going to move that.
So could you clarify what you just said?
I'm moving P94, and under new legislative item, I'm going to ask that that if you all will agree with me, that we direct the superintendent to report back to us on how we can adopt an environmentally preferable purchasing policy.
So,
with not now,
President
but in
London,
the future.
Just to, I think that's fine if we want to go that way, but just to, after discussion with legal counsel and some of the staff, they had also recommended another approach could be that there's not necessarily urgency on this item, so we could also direct staff to work on, examine the policy that you had laid out and come back with an amended policy, direct the staff to come back with an amended version that's updated based off of the policy as another version.
I see more agreement from my colleagues on that. So I'm going to ask that we pull P94 and that it come back to us after the staff has had an opportunity to postpone to August, the first meeting in August.
Director Yee?
In addition to that, on this particular item, I'm not sure if it is the place where we're talking about lowest price and standard purchasing procedures. Yeah. So there's the issue that I believe we've talked to before about decentralized and distributed purchasing, with at the sites, and whether sites are actually able to make these kinds of decisions around lowest price and so forth. It seems to me if you're a school principal, you're not likely to make this kind of consistent policy. So there probably has to be a decision by the board, either to reflect whether we actually believe that the lowest price is important and therefore, as well as carbon footprint, these kind of conditions, do they apply to site-based purchases and purchase requests, or only those operating out of the central office? So I would just like to add that in, because this opens up that discussion that I think we've had in the past, and this is probably an appropriate time to review that as to what discretion goes out to sites and what discretions do we hold centrally. So I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Great. I think that's great. I'm wondering if the student directors have any thoughts on this, because you seemed kind of interested when we were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that we must reduce the carbon footprint that we're placing, right? And it's really important to do that. And I totally agree with you to kind of put in some policy into place to not, kill as many animals that we actually need in this world, especially the bees, right? We all need them to get that delicious watermelon. But yeah, I definitely agree with you.
I don't know if this is wonder if there could be like we could design a curriculum for students to learn about how they can reduce waste and how they can reduce because we don't really talk about it a lot in the classroom. We know environmental and climate change is happening, but we don't really know how we can impact it. So maybe a curriculum for students.
We actually adopted we updated in February our environmental education policy, and we put in there a provision around climate literacy. So that is in place. We actually had a working group between our central administration and OEA and the Sierra Club. This was based on advocacy from Oakland Tech students last year, as well as our teachers. So hopefully that's moving forward. And when you go to college next year, maybe you can come back and share what you learned there, because there's a lot of people where you're going who know a lot about that.
Thank you. So Director Torres, did you have another question?
No, I'm interested in this issue about the question that Vice President London had posed around, green energy, not green energy, but purchasing, and the idea of also becoming more wise about storage, because I was discussing with someone about the storage amount of space on High Street, and our desire to get the 7-Eleven committee moving quickly at the facilities meetings on what we can do with unused space or not properly used space to make us some money. And so having the ability to store records for years and years and years in this format of a tree, as opposed to in the cloud securely, since it's confidential, I just want to see us figure that out too, because I think that we have an opportunity right now with the 7-Eleven committee and with this idea of going green in our purchasing is how do we do business going forward? And that's another topic that's really on my mind. So
thank you, Director Torres. So it sounds like this item will come back sometime in tentatively in August, and that the board is providing direction to the superintendent to revise the policy based off of the stop waste policy recommendation. If you could forward that to the superintendent and Curtis, that would be great. And then also with the caveat that Director Yee posed around sites and central, and the ability of sites to really have capacity to be able to adhere to some of these requirements. Is there public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will be moving on to unfinished business. Thank you for.
We will record the item as unanimously postponed to August, and use the maker of the motion, original motion, and the seconder as on the motion to postpone.
Great.
Without objection.
Thank you. Director Hinton Hodge.
I apologize. Madam President, I did not hear what you pulled, or I didn't write down what you pulled. I heard it. So I'm curious, there's one that got pulled and then...
Yes, P92 was inadvertently put on the agenda. It should not have been on the agenda. So staff asked me to pull item 19, or not pull, withdraw item 19-0510, which is P92.
And it's still being worked on by staff? I mean, when you say it shouldn't have been on there, I don't know.
My understanding was it was not ready to be on the agenda.
Okay.
So that was withdrawn, and then P94 is the item we just discussed.
Okay, and you did not pull T1 19-0890, right? We're still going to hear this. This is Melrose Academy, grades 4, 5.
That's new business.
I know what it is. I'm sorry. I got that part, but we did not pull it. We will have a discussion on it, correct?
Only items on consent.
We're just talking about the consent. Yeah, we will be talking about that.
Okay.
We have not gotten to that item yet.
That did not get pulled. That's not being, because I was just making sure I heard everything.
Okay.
So, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be ready.
So we are then on item S1. We're now on unfinished business. We're on item S1. This is an adoption by the board to declare emergency establishment authorizing the emergency abatement at Community Day School.
So moved.
This moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Director Gonzalez. This does require a 4/5 vote by the board. Is there any public comment on this item?
Hi, sorry, maybe we misunderstood. You just said item S, and it seems like Q comes before S, so we were, there are several people here hoping to speak during public comment, including a parent.
So the public comment starts at 7:30. We can't get to the item before 7:30.
Okay,
statutorily, yeah.
There are no speakers on this item.
Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, we're ready for a roll call.
This will require 6 ayes. Student Director Amasoho.
Yes.
Student Director Chavez.
Yes.
All right. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres. Yes. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
7 ayes.
Thank you. My understanding by staff is that there will be a contract on the next agenda that will be addressing this issue, so it will not be an ongoing, continuing emergency contract in our future agendas. I know it's been on every agenda item because that has not been in place. At this time, I believe we can transition to public comment for non-agenda items because the next few items might take a little bit of time. Ms. Floyd, do we have any public comment on non-agenda items?
We do, Madam President. We have 14 speakers. Jason Wins, Jim Mordecai, Bethany Meyer, Carol Delton, Abraham Falk-Rood, Mary Hill, Sarah Gotti, Asada Olabala, Larry, I can't make out the last name, Ben Tapscott, Adrienne Hogue, Natalie Carvillo, Erwin Crawford, Yael Friedman.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I want to make the point that everybody on the school board is responsible for the agenda, not just the chair of the board. And one of your responsibilities is to know what these items are, is to look at it. And I know you're busy people, and sometimes you can't get to it. But somebody needs to get to it, because the quality of the items put on here, are dependent upon whether they are routine items or there's something that could be a controversy. And I'll submit to you that what you just voted on page 70, Board Policy 60061, Facilities, Quality School Development, Community of School Criteria, Long-Term Leases, is a very controversial item. And am I wrong?
That's the next item, Mr. Mordecai.
What?
That will be the next item. We haven't voted on it yet.
Okay, so that's on the S's. Okay, so I was wrong on that.
We're doing public comment on non-agenda items right now.
Ah, I apologize for wasting your time. I got lost in the thick agenda. I was trying to say something negative, and it doesn't apply. My apologies.
There'll be time for that soon. Okay, public comment on non-agenda items. Next speaker. Please just come forward, introduce yourself. Thank you.
Okay, I'm too short. Yeah. Okay. Hi, my name is Natalie, and I'm a parent from Howard School. And my son goes there. He has a lot of resources there. And by also reducing the small classes will really affect them. Because as I've seen him, he's being like more open with like a lot of teachers. He's really comfortable there. And like actually taking all of that like comfort from him will like really affect him. It's not gonna be like the same or like learning. And even during the school time, he's having reading intervention. He has IEP there also, and that also he has to go to a separate classroom to do that, and him not having that opportunity will not even help him to get up to his reading level. I think it's just really not. It's not right. I think the kids should really need to have their space so they could feel like more comfortable and like to express themselves without like bumping into kids or getting into an argument like that. So like especially just having their classrooms will be perfect for them. I think that'll be it. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mary Hill, a retired teacher and current substitute. I retired from Howard Elementary a couple of years ago. And I still consider myself part of the community. I sub there sometime and still maintain connections. Our campus is majority students of color, predominantly African American. And we have quite a number of students who struggle academically or behaviorally. So over the years, we've made sure to bring programs in like the Ann Martin program for counseling, intervention programs. We made sure to keep music happening for enrichment. We established PBIS, positive behavior systems, to help students learn master their social emotional intelligence. And some of those programs need classroom space, obviously, to function. And well, when I heard that the Francophone School was requesting, and hopefully not, but possibly being granted 4 additional classrooms, I looked up the stats for Francophone School. And it seems that they are predominantly white, predominantly affluent families who have students who go there, who, in my opinion, could possibly or even probably find other means of finding space for any additional students that they have. And what came to my mind right away was, this is gentrification of a school campus to overtake a predominantly
Thank you.
Students of color who get free lunch, you know, they're not affluent.
Thank you so much.
And have a school I'm almost done, who is mostly white and affluent, come in and take over the campus. Just inexcusable,
Thank
and I don't
you.
think we want to be a part of that.
Thank you. We do have 14 speakers, so unfortunately I am going to have to cut you off at 2 minutes. We are allowing for 2 minutes rather than 1 minute, which is what we do sometimes.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much. My name is Erin Crawford. I am actually a kindergarten teacher at Howard. This is my 2nd year teaching there, and I'm actually a 2nd year teacher here in Oakland, and I really love this school and the students. It's been life-changing for me to have the opportunity to teach there. And I'm just here today to ask you guys to really think about how this is going to be affecting our students. When we say that they will be in a closet, they will literally be in a closet. We have a poster, that's actually the closet. That's a picture of it right there. And it's really not healthy for them to learn. It's not a good environment for them. And I became a teacher so that I could make a difference. And here I am at a school, and I see the district and the school board, and these are the decisions being made. And, you know, I became a teacher to do more. And, you know, this is your district, James Harris. These are your people. They voted for you. And I really hope you can make a difference for them and stand up for them, because this community, we need people to fight for us. You know, this isn't right. So I'm just really here to appeal to you guys and ask you to please do what's right for these students, because it's not right for them to have to learn in a closet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Yael Friedman. I teach 2nd grade at Howard. I just wanted to say that I just wanted to respond to 2 things that were said earlier. I wanted to say that, first of all, our principal received 0 communication from the district between when they were figuring out how many rooms. Initially, she was told that we had 7 available rooms, which would mean that classroom teachers would be displaced. She said, no, we don't have that. So then the district said 4. And then that was the last communication that she had before hearing about the final offer. That's unacceptable. That's disgraceful. That totally lacks transparency. It prevented us from having any say or understanding of what was going on. I understand that it's public information, but if it's not something that we're aware of and it's not something that our community is aware of, I don't think it's a fair expectation for us to know that magically this preliminary offer and these negotiations were happening. 2 weeks ago, she had a meeting with the principal of Francophone, and he had so much more information from OUSD than she did. It was embarrassing. So I don't know who is responsible for that, but it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace that our principal is sitting with a meeting of a principal who's not in OUSD, and he has more information about what's going on in our district than she does. What does that say about who we are? What does that say about our leadership? What does that say about how much we trust principals and trust communities? It says that we don't trust them at all. It says that people don't deserve to have a say in what's going on in their schools and in their communities, and that's unacceptable. The last thing I'm going to say is that Ms. Hill was talking about how our school is being gentrified. I'm going to just go ahead and say that our school is being segregated. You're going to have classrooms that are majority white, vast majority white, and classrooms that are vast majority not white in the same school. What does that look like? And I would really encourage you, Mr. Harris, to come to our school and meet with our parents and hear our concerns, because this is in your district and it's something that our parents really care about and our teachers really care about. So please come to our school.
Thank you.
Sarah Goody, Rudsdale Newcomer High School. At the beginning of the meeting, we heard that one of the values of the board is to assume positive intent. So what did you intend when you decided that Howard's special education teachers and students should lose their classrooms and work out of a closet? What did you intend when you decided that Howard's therapists should lose their classroom and conduct therapy in a converted staff lounge attached to a noisy cafeteria? Well, we know exactly what you intended. You want to continue the gentrification and privatization of our school system. We're here to tell you tonight that we refuse to accept those conditions. We will fight you every step of the way, and I do mean every step of the way. We will organize, we will mobilize, we will grieve, we will sue, and we can't wait to bring the news cameras to Howard. Our fight is just getting started.
Good evening, I'm Bethany Meyer. You guys know me as a special education teacher. I've had the experience of sharing a decent sized classroom with another special education program. I've had the experience of sharing one small room with 5 special education programs as a district teacher. So I need to let you guys know, in case it wasn't clear, that it's common practice for special education teachers in Oakland to teach out of staff rooms, closets, and hallways. I've had the experience of being locked out of my room because there was a meeting taking place that required confidentiality, and I stood in the hallway in full view of the lunchroom being kicked and hit by a student for about 10 minutes. This was very bad for students to witness, and this is not an appropriate space for my student to process their emotions or to decompress. I've had the experience of teaching a reading group to students with dyslexia and having another teacher bring a child into the room who was agitated, which derailed my entire lesson. It feels very unsafe to students to share these spaces, and when I saw that closet, I could not imagine how even one program would fit into that room. And as a parent of a special education student in Oakland, I'm aware of how it feels to students when they are brought into very unwelcoming spaces to learn. My son has he has autism and he has speech disfluency. It's very embarrassing for a high school student to receive speech and language services in the library of their school, where they will be seen by peers. So besides the fact that this is wrong, I want you guys to know that this is prevalent. My coach was the resource specialist at Howard for 20 years, and there was a portable there that was built to her exact specifications. And I was able to see what programs should look like and the kind of spaces that we should have for serving our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adarine Hogue. I am the resource teacher at East Oakland Pride Elementary School. I'm also the site rep there, and I work with Eon BAM. And as Bethany said, it is not an oversight or an accident that students with special needs at Howard are being displaced and their classrooms are being taken over by a charter school. This is actually long-standing OUSD policy. This has happened again and again and again. My first year in the district as a resource teacher, The resource room, I believe, is still in a closet there. It's in a musical instrument closet. There was not enough room for 2 instructors, so that I had to see kids in the hallway, in the cafeteria while it was being mopped. This is completely common. And this, at East Oakland Pride, which is now we're being told is going to be offered up to a charter school every single year. The first year that we were made aware of the offer, I was told that we should switch our special education services to a learning center model, meaning that my resource classroom, which fits about 10 kids comfortably, should be shared by also both SDC classes, which have 15 students each, and that would be an appropriate use of our space, and they could push into other classrooms, and that would just be fine. Our students with special needs it's adds insult to injury that charter schools do not serve our students with special needs, and then they are being evicted from their classrooms and shoved into closets. It's disgusting, and I do agree that you ought to do something about it by the end of this meeting, not sometime in the distant future. That never happens.
Mark Airgood, OEA Secretary, Equal Opportunity Now, By Any Means Necessary, Civil Rights Caucus. I'm a special education teacher at Edna Brewer. I believe that public education is one of the greatest gains of American democracy, and that special education is the most successful and widespread affirmative action program that continues out of the civil rights movement. That both are under attack, that public education and specifically special education are under attack by the charter schools, by the current school board, is not surprising, given that every progressive gain that's been made is under attack. However, I believe that what we've seen this year in the fight back by the teachers, by the students, by parents and community at West Oakland Middle School, at East Oakland Pride, at Howard, at other schools, is exactly the way for us to turn around this attack, by direct action that's saying we are not going to give away our schools, our public campuses, to the charter schools. Direct action that speaks to the community, because I know we have massive support in the community for the defense of public education, for the defense of the right of our special education programs and the students in them to get the services they need. We have the backing. We have to go directly to the community, directly take action, like press conferences, like demonstrations, like petitions, like speak-outs, like what's happening tonight. And on that basis, I know that we can be victorious in defending the special education students and public education.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Amanda Seen. I'm a special education teacher in Oakland Unified School District. I've had the same experience as all the special education teachers that have come up and spoken to you. I've shared a closet off of a music stage with another teacher at Carl B. Monk. It's challenging. It's very challenging to work with students with special needs in a space that's that small. It's not equitable for the students, and it impacts the entire school. I'm noticing a trend with schools like Howard, like Carl B. Monk, that are majority black, that are in the hills, that are in areas that look really nice to other communities. These schools are purposely being under-enrolled. I talked to teachers at that school. I talked to parents at Howard, at Carl B. Monk, and they're being told there isn't space at the school when there really is. I think these schools are purposely being pushed towards charterization. I think it's shameful. I think that we need to support all of our students, especially our students of our color and our black students. James Harris, I've heard a number of the teachers here ask you to come to their school. That makes it sound like you haven't been there recently. I think that's a matter of huge concern. Please go to their community. Please check it out. I know they have a lot of amazing programs happen that can only happen when you have a classroom, not a closet, to support these students.
Thank you. Next speaker. If folks could just line up so that we can just take this speaks back to back. Yeah,
All right,
Ms.
good
14.
afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Jason Wins. I am a STIP sub at Franklin Elementary School, and I would like to say that public schools belong to the public. They are bought and paid for by taxpayers. They are not for sale. I think it's obscene that the idea that our public schools are being seen as real estate to be sold to either charter schools or any other investors. It's really quite incredible. The idea that students will be sent to learn in closets it's offensive. It really, would we want any of our kids to go through that kind of experience while they're being, handed over to charters or whatever? That's insane to me. So if it's really true that our public schools, the facilities are underutilized, why don't we break up classes? Really, it's a choice of how do we invest? Do we invest in our public good or private interests? That is a choice. I think we know clearly what our choice is, where we want our resources going. What is your choice? Show us.
Are there any other speakers?
Hello there. My name's Steve Young. I'm a parent at Kaiser Elementary, which is a school that the board seems, the district, with the board's consent, seems hell-bent on closing imminently. I have just been listening to what the people from Howard have been saying, and it is truly heartbreaking that students are going to have to study in a closet. Now, I've just come from a little soiree with the New Schools Ventures Fund, and clearly they're the ones pulling the strings in this whole citywide plan. And I've just seen people here give heartbreaking stories of what is happening to their schools and their communities. I've seen parents, I've seen teachers, I've seen children up here right now. And not all of you have the courage or the interest to look people in the eye when they speak and pay attention when people organize and address you with their concerns. So I feel like since January 24th, when you came to our school and told us that we were being closed, that our students were going to be displaced, I felt like we were a body alone. But the more of these meetings I come to, and the more I see that it's not just our school and its prime real estate that you want to throw a charter in on or put developers in on or sell to the Bentley or whatever. It's not just our school, it's pretty much every public school in Oakland. And the contempt this board and this district shows for teachers, for parents, and most of all for children, for shame. Absolutely for shame. Listen to what these people are saying.
Love life. This is what needs to happen now. A board member needs to instruct the superintendent at your earliest convenience. I want an informational report on every school in this district for which there is inappropriate classroom assignments. Any teacher that is instructing students in a closet, a hallway, a library, a cafeteria, I want that list presented by school. And we as a body will take action to eliminate that process because it's inappropriate. Now, who's going to do this tonight? Who's going to do this tonight? Instruct the superintendent to do an informational report on the existence of any instructions that is going on in closets or any other place that's not appropriate. Let's see who's going to do it. If nobody does it, it means that you accept this type of instructional inappropriateness.
I'll do it because I have a
Thank you,
school
ma'am.
that's in the same
Thank you.
position called Global Family, because when they built the school for them, a charter took it over. And they are in closets and in the hallway. And that's been for 7 years that I've been on the board.
This is
so.
the public comment time.
I don't care what it is. This is children.
I know.
At your discretion, as the chair, you can move to do anything you want to do. Don't play that card.
There'll be a time for her to do new legislation.
Don't play that with me, please. This is serious. And finally, I want to say this. AC Transit is moving to increase transportation costs for students. And that needs to be placed on the agenda as far as how we are going to deal with that.
Good evening, Board. Carol Dalton. Well, you know I come to a lot of these meetings, and I would like to put some of tonight's remarks that I've heard from the people on the ground teaching in the Howard community in some broader context. Because this is not the only time that a decision has been made, apparently, without the appropriate staff actually going to the site and seeing what's available. We heard a couple of months ago about issues with schools that might be co-located or merged under the cohort process, but then it turned out there weren't enough rooms. So this seems to be an unfortunate trend. You need to look at the space, see who is teaching there, and in terms of presuming positive intent, you need to listen to the people who are doing the teaching. I have some wonderful colleagues that came from Oakland in special ed, and one of the reasons that some of them left Oakland was the instability of their teaching space. Board members have sometimes remarked that one of the things that OUSD has as a positive resource is the real estate, the buildings. Please use that in the service of students. Please use that to deliver high quality services and support staff in stability as well. I also want to address the issue of small schools. There's a neuropsychological benefit to being in a small community. Kaiser has been statistically shown to be in the bottom, maybe 20%, 10 to 20% of schools in Oakland in terms of cost per student with excellent educational outcomes. And of the 10 highest performing high schools in the current national registry, 9 out of 10 were smaller than your target number.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers for public comment on agenda items? Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yeah, just a clarifying piece. I actually got some, like I understand that, like, you know, we're in a district where we have to really deal with this balance, and that's what the citywide plan is going to do. But I just wanted to say that Francophone has 15% African-American students, 4% Asian, 0.9% Filipino, and Hispanics is 23%, or Latino, and whites are 37%. So it's actually a pretty balanced in terms of ethnic diversity. I'm sorry, and there's also a mixed race mixed racial at 18%. So I hope that, again, we can kind of work these things out, but also just be clear about truth telling as we kind of talk about the schools and what they're doing. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, thank you to those who came out. We are now going back to the agenda. We're on item S2. This is there a motion to adopt item S2, which is adopted criteria for the Quality School Development 6006.1
So
long-term
moved.
leases?
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Gonzalez. So this item was first brought to the board in the fall, back in December. It was discussed earlier last month as well. I believe that Ms. Marika she's provided updated criteria, and I believe that she is ready to present just some of the additional and highlight some of the additional changes and updates that she made based off of feedback from the prior conversation.
That's right. Sonali Maraka, Director of the Charter School Office. I don't have a presentation, but just some talking points. As President Ng mentioned, this is the third time the matter is coming forward for discussion, first in December and then in April. As we all know, the citywide plan asks us to identify criteria for long-term leases for quality charter schools to support a more stable footprint in the city. I think some of the pains of co-location that we've been talking about today do really underscore the need for long-term leases and finding places for charter schools so we can avoid the year-to-year anxiety that's created, clearly. The memo that's included with the resolution outlines the different stakeholders we've engaged over the past several months. We really attempted to get perspectives from a wide variety of folks. Since that April meeting, the changes for today are we've introduced a resolution as well as a more detailed rubric that outlines with quite a bit of specificity how charter schools would be considered for potential long-term leases. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions by the board or comments? Director Yee, or why don't we start with Director Harris and just go down briefly about any comments by the board?
No comments. I think you're probably tired of talking to me about this subject.
Always happy to talk to you, Director.
No, but I just wanted to highlight, you made time for me and I think every director to talk about this and appreciate the rubric, that it's not, what you have brought forward is not about being subjective, it's about objective criteria. I think it's smart criteria, and I think it better positions the district to make decisions that are in the interest of students. And that strengthens the district because the district is always going to be here. So I just wanted to just appreciate that and appreciate the opportunity to just talk. I'm sure you heard different perspectives from everyone, and so I'm actually interested to hear what folks say. But thank you again for your work.
Director Yee.
I too wanted to thank you for taking the comments that we had seriously, for providing opportunities for us to talk, to doing your best to fulfill your responsibilities as the charter school manager in the context of the citywide plan, and I really get that in the materials that you presented. So thank you for that.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
I'm ready to vote on it. I'd actually like to know if I can propose doing a motion to.
It was.
It is active,
yeah.
right? Okay, we are going to vote on it. Okay, cool. Well, let's move it. I ain't got nothing to say.
Director Gonzalez.
I just want to reflect back that I feel like we gave some feedback that I really see reflected here, specifically around defining some of these terms so that it's more clear what we mean by certain things. So, you know, I have mixed feelings about the community of schools policy, but I do feel like this gives us much stronger ground to stand on when we make decisions about leases to charters.
Vice President London? No comment. Thank you. I just had a couple comments. I appreciate the through line around the equity, quality, sustainability, and the definitions within each of those. I think that it is really to our benefit to have this possibility of long-term leases as a lever and incentive for the stability of both district and charter schools, and particularly to be able to incentivize schools that are serving diverse populations and those that are that we're seeing high quality outcomes for our students. I did have a question around implementation, because we do have some schools that are currently in longer leases. So is the plan that as they come up for renewal, we would revet them through that there's not necessarily a grandfathering in, that we would be vetting everything through the criteria now that we have some standards in place? Or could you talk a little bit about, I know it's going to be imperfect because different schools are on different types of arrangements with the district, but could you talk a little bit about your thinking about implementation?
Yeah, absolutely. Schools that are in long-term leases by no means would automatically have that long-term lease re-granted. We would now bring them through this process, and schools know we all know when they're coming up. So smart schools, and we would be talking to them in advance, will know that some of the changes they need to be put in place potentially to better align with our long-term lease criteria to better position themselves when they do come up for their lease renewal.
Great. All right, Director Torres, you weren't here when we did a round. Did you have any questions or comments on this before we vote? Yeah, we'll do public comment, and just for information also is that, as Ms. Marca says in her memo, this is just adopting the criteria. Any specific decisions on leases, of course, would come back to the board and will be shown in relation to the criteria that has been laid out. And so this is adoption of criteria only. It's a lens to which we will be vetting and scrutinizing any additional leases that would come through. Public comment on this item.
We have 4 speakers, Madam President. We have Carol Delton, Ismael Armendez, Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchinson.
Good evening, Board. Carol Delton. I appreciate having had the opportunity to read the proposed criteria before the meeting. I appreciate the categories and the different descriptions. The problem that I have is what schools can get a point for, and how schools who even, for example, reveal that there is largely negative sentiment and charters unable to successfully mitigate the concerns expressed, they still get 1 point. And if there were a couple of categories where they got 5, they would still be eligible to be considered for a charter, for a long-term lease. Similarly, with the operational sustainability, and you've had charters that had to close in the middle of the year at pains to the district. So I think that those should have negative points, not positive points. And that no charter that has unstable enrollment and weak fiscal health should be renewed, and or should be given a long-term lease, and no charter that has negative impact on the community should be given a long-term lease. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ishmael Armendez. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not OEA. I do appreciate being reached out to and having conversations with the charter office. I do appreciate that practice, and I would love to continue to engage in this. I think we had a very fruitful and good discussion, so I do appreciate that. Thank you. The one concern I have with this is that this is one of the very few areas within the law that we have to use a carrot to actually control growth and actually put regulations on charter schools that are not allowable under current state law. And I think this policy can be a little bit tighter, particularly around special education, around guaranteeing how many students are served, guaranteeing that they come back into our SELPA. As I've been out on release this year, diving into this issue a lot more, we're hearing more and more cases of abuse of charter school within the charter school sector around special education students. And so this is one of the very few areas where we do have the law that we can use to actually regulate and mandate that they join our SELPA, and then also hold them accountable on that part. And so I don't want to see us giving up that tool, and by having very loose protocols around special education practices in the long-term lease. Thank you.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. So when you speak of criteria, one of my criteria is desegregation. That in terms of race and class, and the housing in Oakland determines an awful lot of class segregation. Expensive houses, local elementary school reflects a segregated by class. Schools in parts of Oakland, if you could find any more, the soon vanishing parts of Oakland, which are not even middle class, but lower class, those schools are packed, like some of the houses are, in order to just pay the rent. So in this policy, if you're going to have a long term, then why would you allow a segregated school a long-term lease? Now, I understand the reality is you can't give any long-term leases because all of your schools are segregated by class and race. So I guess that's a conundrum. What do you do in that case?
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. I think it's interesting that this item is being discussed after the Howard community just showed up to tell you about how they feel about the decisions you've made to offer their classroom space to a charter school. And so the criteria for long-term leases, not only is it laughable because you haven't engaged the community again, and not only is it extremely inappropriate for you to consider giving more long-term leases that are 10 times as long as the term that you're elected to serve, but where's the criteria for how you give our schools away to charters to begin with? You know, we can look at West Oakland Middle School, which was displaced in the last round of long-term leases when you gave KIPP a 40-year lease for Lafayette, a public school. And now classrooms at West Oakland Middle School have been offered to a charter school this year under Prop 39. So it sure feels like there's no criteria for anything except how do you give away more of our stuff to charter schools? You know the community doesn't want this. You know the only people advocating for long-term leases for charter schools are charter schools. And even as bad as Oakland is, 70% of our students are in public schools, not charter schools. So why again do you keep putting this burden on our families in public schools? Why do the Howard families need to contemplate whether their kids are going to be taught in a closet to make space for other students who aren't even in our public education system? And to add even more insult and more injury to the fact, then you're going to turn around and give these same charter schools a 40-year lease. The only thing that most of us can figure out, and is why we were protesting at the New Schools Venture Fund, one of the main funders of GO, is this has to be the connection to who funded your campaigns. Because a majority of your constituents are in public schools. Nobody is advocating for you to give away long-term leases to our public facilities. And you refuse to have community engagement. So we see the setup. I know you know that we're not going to accept this. And on top of it, the work product, even if we believed in this, you read through the criteria in that rubric, it's laughable. I'd expect better work out of middle school students. We are not accepting this anymore, and in 2020, November can't get here soon enough.
So, Ms. Maraka, if you could come back up for just a minute to just a couple clarifying questions. know I had one, and Director Gonzalez might have a follow-up. So my understanding is this is the criteria as we're vetting for long-term leases, but we still have the ability under the facilities use agreements to address things like enrollment and other requirements such as SELPA or other types of requirements depending on what the incentives are. Is that correct? Or can you speak more towards around the differentiation between long-term leases and facility use agreement?
Yep. So the facilities use agreements, as you said, would be the place where we would potentially be putting additional requirements onto schools, such as an enrollment cap, growth cap, and those kinds of things were brought up by a number of folks that we met with in terms of getting feedback for here. And I think will be specific to different situations, but I think will make a lot of sense for various schools. So that's right.
Great.
So
okay.
I need that clarified. So, I mean, that sounds like you're about to adjust law, or we're talking about policy adjustments?
It would be done in conjunction with the charter school. Obviously, both sides have to agree to a facilities use agreement.
Right. Okay. That would look at enrollment, would look at caps, would look
Right.
at those types of things.
Right.
Okay. So this is, and I know that it probably will have to come through someone else on this board, but I feel like that these are the things that come underneath authorization in some kind of way to help us get really clear about where are the areas that we need to be more responsible around doing some stuff, as opposed to kind of being in a reactive space, right? So again, I'm sure people that are talking now and that are kind of organizing themselves around a lot of stuff around charters will kind of do that. But I hope that we can lift up the authorization work, because there's a place in this, I think, to not just throw together what someone says that we should be doing. It should be thoughtful, and it should be done with our partners.
Thank you, Director Hinhaj. Director Gonzalez.
Thanks for the work. I also had a question, just following up, and I'm sorry because I got distracted for a minute. Following up on this question of, like, why would somebody be awarded 1 point for things that are clearly disruptive and not 0 points or negative points? And then I have to apologize about the question about the SELPA, because you may have answered it. Can you just talk about how this does or does not impact the work going forward? Because there's a piece of the citywide plan that's about figuring out how we make sure that every school in Oakland is serving an equitable proportion of special education students, and specifically our really high needs special education students.
Yep. So the first part, I think a lot of rubrics are structured this way, where the minimum is 1, the maximum is some other point. You'll see there's a minimum of 12 points required to be considered for a long-term lease. So someone who got 1s in every category, for example, or even a mix of 1s and 3s and 2, it's a pretty high bar, actually, especially because in a few of these categories, especially around quality, sadly, right now, none of our schools, I believe, would be meeting the 5 points. And so there's a few places where it's very unlikely that schools will be getting 5 points. So the 12-point minimum is stated at the top of the rubric. In terms of the SELPA and the special needs piece, so as you mentioned, the citywide plan does have a piece that's around exploring charter schools joining the SELPA. We actually have a few charter schools who have already reached out and are interested in joining, and we're beginning conversations. The wording of the citywide plan, I think, is around specifically exploring what it looks like, and I think that was intentional because there's a lot of factors that need to be worked out around what the finances look like. Is the SELPA ready to accept a number of extra students? What does the staffing look like? They need leeway and time to get there, and so I think the intention is that,
So is that something that could potentially be added to the rubric at a later date?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think once we get clearer around what we're ready to accept, then I think we would be able to either add it to the rubric or think about adding it as part of the facility use agreement terms that they agree to join the SELPA within a year or two.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mark. Director Yee.
Thank you. One of the things that we communicated with was what happens if an authorized charter later on fails to perform and is at the renewal point, the renewal is denied, and what happens to the long-term lease under those categories? Because it's not like the lease guarantees the continued authorization. The authorization is independent from the lease.
That's right.
But what happens to the lease? Could you share it with the rest of us?
Yes. So, and this is true of our existing long-term leases as well. There's always a clause in there that if the charter school is non-renewed, then they no longer have rights to the lease.
Then the property and the contract is terminated.
Correct.
And the space reverts back to the district.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Because I think that's very important. This doesn't go on regardless of the quality
Right.
of or the future agreements that we make in terms of the commitments that charter schools must have. That's independent from the lease.
Director Hodge.
So I think because I look at stuff differently than at least 5 or 6 of you on this board, for me, the glass being full, right, half full in this conversation is we would be providing long-term leases because we want to see charter schools engage and support in a consistent, safe, sustainable way students who might have special needs. I do not understand putting a connection between a SELPA and a lease, because that SELPA conversation is nothing to do with this. However, if I'm thinking half full glass, I'm thinking, are we saying we want to stabilize charter schools so that they might have the ability to actually serve SPED students, right? Like I can move in that particular direction, but there's a false equivalency here for me around like someone's got to sign on to the SELPA when we don't even know if the SELPA can work on it. So I'm gonna let that go, but again, I'm back to can we have some real conversations around what our role is around authorization, and everyone's got some different ideas of what they want to kind of make charters do and that kind of stuff, but again, just looking legally and looking at what's realistic. I just don't feel like throwing everything into this gumbo, to be like, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
All right.
But thank you for the work. Can I call the question?
I was going to say, Mr.
I'll call
Rickstraw,
the
can we have
question.
a roll call, please?
Who moved it? Who moved it? I don't know.
It was already moved and seconded.
was,
Mr. Rickstraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. On the pending motion, Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Torres? No. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Vice President London? President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We are moving on to new business. We're on item T1. This is an adoption by the board of item 19-0890. It's Melrose Leadership Academy, grade 4 and 5, expansion to a second campus for the 1920 year. For this, we have our Chief Innovation Officer, Ms. Yvette Renteria, who will be here to answer questions. Can we take a motion? Is there a motion to adopt this item? Moved by Director Yee. Is there a motion to second? Is there a second?
I will second it.
Seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. So I believe this item does not have a PowerPoint presentation, but Ms. Renteria can present the item at a high level and be able to respond to questions that might come up from the board.
Good evening, Board of Directors. This resolution I'm putting forth tonight is for the approval of the temporary additional space for Melrose Leadership Academy on the 5328 Brand Street, which would be a shared campus with Urban Montessori Charter School. And to provide a little bit of context around this additional facilities need, 4 years ago, we increased our kindergarten enrollment from 48 to 72 students. So that would be that the rising fourth graders now went from 2 classrooms to 3 classrooms. So that was 4 years ago. And since that time, each year, we maintained that 72 enrollment as they were coming in. So what we found is that we were continuing to increase this, and we increased this enrollment, we kept it, which then has led us to where we are now, which is more seats than we have available at our current Melrose site. With that, we currently have 571 students at the Melrose site, which at this point already exceeds what we have capacity for at that site. So back in November, we engaged with the Melrose leadership principal around this, and we started thinking about what we need to do for the next 2019-20 school year. We saw that Sherman campus was an ideal location due to proximity to the current Melrose campus because there would be this shared site between the two of them. So we then started engaging with the president of the board for Urban Montessori along with the director of operations along with the principal back in January. And since then we've been engaging with the Sherman community, with the Sherman leadership. Simultaneously, we also have been trying to figure out what other options there are so that we can exhaust all our resources. Given that proximity matters, we looked at all of the surrounding areas. So we looked at Horseman, and we found that we don't have enough space to house our Melrose additional 4th and 5th graders there. We looked at so Chabot was another option, which sounds like it was far, but the idea of having Chabot Space and Science Center as an option, we looked into that. The cost for transportation was too expensive. And then we looked at Frick, and the distance from Melrose was also too far. The reason why that was too far is because one of the program elements that we're looking into for next year is having our 4th and 5th grade students at the Sherman site, and there would be a day where they would spend at the Melrose site to be able to get those offered electives, library, music programs, as well as having teachers be able to go back and forth so that distance is minimized as much as possible. So we are now at the point where we're looking at 4 classrooms at the Sherman site to house our 30 students in each of those classrooms, along with office space where our assistant principal, who we currently have, or the new one coming in, will be able to be sitting in our Sherman site. I should add, too, in terms of the other options that we've explored, because I'm just looking at my notes here, we also looked at portables on the current Maxwell site, but the portables are just too costly, and I have our deputy chief of facilities here to be able to get more into the weeds about the cost perspective, but has become too expensive. And then the final option we looked at was within the Sherman campus, 6 rooms versus 4 rooms. 6 rooms would entail 2 different sites going over there versus 4 rooms. So when we were thinking about the 6 rooms, we were looking at the younger students going over there, and then we started looking at the 4 rooms. We've been partnering with the Urban Montessori campus. We don't want to displace any students in Oakland, so we found that the 4 rooms would actually suit the needs of both the Melrose Leadership Academy as well as Urban Montessori.
Questions by the board? Thank you for that. Thank you for that overview. Questions by the board? Let's just start with Director Hinton Hodge and just wrap around.
Okay.
We'll
Great.
give 2
Thank
minutes
you.
per board member.
This has been a really, I don't know, difficult one. I've not liked it from the beginning. I've just thought it didn't make a lot of sense to me when we talk about the amount of empty seats that we have, and even in that particular region. So the very first initial response that was made, it looked like we were just going to disrupt 2 schools, and there hadn't been, visits. There hadn't been a lot of stuff to kind of walk through. So I appreciate the recovery. I will not support this and vote on it. There's pieces for me around, again, kind of like what is happening with, people are upset about, charter and district co-locations. We're trying to do that, but then there's cases where there are district schools that have space, and I don't understand, like, why not creating more of a sense of a push. I don't really know Horseman enough about their programming, but again, I don't understand why on one hand we hate this one thing and it becomes the boogeyman, and then so I guess it's the idea of destroying it. I mean, maybe that's what is ultimately is going on. I think we just have too much space. It doesn't feel logical to me. The other thing is, I know parents are talking about the instability of this. Also, Melrose sitting off of 2 campuses, just in general. So I think a lot about, like, how do we support families and mainly educators around that have to hold that. And then the last piece, be able to really note, is that this turned into, but I think you did a clarifying piece around this is not the citywide plan cohort reconfiguration. This is really about a promise that was made 2 or 3 years ago that I guess we could not figure out how to do in a more timely manner. And so it's something that, we're being responsible for correctly now, but it just baffles me that we could spend 4 years not being able to figure out something and then sit in a space that has more chaos. So
Thank you.
thank you for the work. You are diligent, and I really, really appreciate you moving through all this. Thank you.
Director Harris.
Yeah, and so can you talk to me about impact? So in the same way we would talk about impact on a district-run program, is there available space at Urban Montessori to receive these students?
Yes, so we also have representation here from Urban Montessori who could speak on their behalf too, if that is something. There is space at Urban Montessori when we.
Sorry, could you say it again, please?
There is space at Urban Montessori for the 4 classrooms to house our 4th and 5th graders. When you talk about impact, are we talking about space impact, financial impact?
So in the same way we were just talking about availability, so we assess Urban Montessori's campus. Is it to say that in that assessment we understood that there were 4 available classrooms?
Correct.
And so in the same way that a charter school, for instance, at Howard, there are 4 available classes, we would then offer them to Francophone in the last case.
Correct.
This is the exact opposite of that.
This is the opposite. Yes.
That's the end of my question. Thank you.
All right, let's not have any shouting, please, from the audience. So who is next? Director Torres, do you have questions?
I definitely wanted to know how far back the community at that school was made aware of this, similar to what we heard earlier, that apparently one principal had a lot of information, one did not. And so in this case, I'm just wondering, the community and the parents and the families, I saw a series of information that was being presented by people who were at some meetings with you, and questions that are left unanswered. And so I'm just curious about that follow-up and how far back this goes.
Yep.
Because it's the end of the school year, so it's also a little bit more stressful time as parents are, like, things start to wind down, the principal's leaving. Timing couldn't be worse on that issue because she's a very long-term principal. And so the idea that we need these dual language schools elsewhere, right? And just like we were told that this great school right here on this campus doing great work, and we're just going to make it bigger, as opposed to duplicating these in other parts of the city rather than congesting areas that can't take that, right? So I'm just curious about how far back this goes.
So given this is not that we're expanding and increasing seats, but we're maintaining what has been going on for the past 4 years, the staff and families have seen that their school has been overflowing. I mean, even now their programs are being held in the cafeteria. So just from an experiential perspective, families and staff have been feeling the overcrowding of that place. In terms of like the next action steps of where to find that additional space, like I mentioned, we started engaging with Moira, the principal, in November, and then started engaging with the Urban Montessori leadership in January. We did not meet with the 4th and 5th grade families until the last Monday until 2 Mondays, one Monday ago, last Monday. And the reason for that is because we just identified which grades we're going to go over there after having those conversations with Urban Montessori and trying to figure out what is the best configuration. So the school leadership made that determination. The Melrose leadership, school leadership made that determination of what grades to go.
So is it impossible for people to say the word no, you can't come to this school, but only yes, and we'll teach you in a hallway or a cafeteria? That's what I'm just not understanding, is when I saw that the number of kindergarten grew to the point where it was like over 76 or 78 or something, and before it was like 30, it was 2 classrooms, and then it grew. I'm just wondering how we get there where there's either no willpower, there's no ability to say no. We've been knowing the trend of multiple languages are popular, because Manzanita Seed lost massive Title I because the affluent families wanted their children to learn Spanish and a second language. And so we were pushing out all the kids who live right across the street and walk, creating
Director
traffic.
Torres, you're over.
So I guess I'm just wondering, why isn't there another approach to what is a trend with Manzanita for years, now Melrose for years, but we just allow them to over-enroll? Does that make, it doesn't make any sense to me as a school district has the authority
So
to
I
say.
think the question is, thank you, Director
stop.
Torres.
To stop doing that.
So I think I still, this is part of my question around, back in 2015-16, there was not a vote by the board to expand the grades to 72. And so I think that there is kind of an accountability question of how that happened and what was the long-term plan for facility usage and space. I don't know if any staff who is here was here then that could speak to that, but I think that is where it gets to the root of the, clearly there was not necessarily long-term planning in terms of space capacity at that time, and it was not brought to the board for a vote. So that's why there's confusion around expansion versus there was already a decision to expand the campus, but it didn't necessarily come to the board. So just want to clarify that, Director Torres.
So I guess the only
Clarify
issue would
the
be that if
difference
you wanted
of
to
the
email me
expansion.
an answer, but also I would like to hear ideas for how we fix this, because I think that it does look as if there isn't anyone manning the ship, that we could get to this point where they're just growing and growing and growing, and because we like your school, that doesn't mean everybody gets to go to the school, and then we figure out a way through the citywide plan and blueprint
Right.
and all this other stuff. We need a school over here with English learners because there are none. And the people are actually trying to come here. Their address is in District 1. Their address is in District 2. That seems like data y'all should be tabulating, right? And then figuring out
Director Torres,
the cluster.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure we get through to everybody. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. I mean, I think the idea is the right idea, right? We know we have a quality program here. Somebody decided to expand it, and there wasn't sufficient planning, right, to deal with that. And something similar is happening right now with Oakland Soul, right? We made a decision as a board to open that middle school knowing that they were going to run out of space, and now we have to figure out where they're going to be going. So anyways, my questions are, why not move the middle school students instead? So that's one question. What are we going to do about transportation? I heard from single parents who said, hey, look, I can't schlep to two schools because somebody else was schlepping my kid to school, and now I don't have a way to get them to the other site. I think we're going to lose families if we can't. I mean, families have flat out told me we're going to lose families if we cannot figure that out. So that's one question that I have. And then, you know, this is more to my colleagues, like there's several sites that we got to figure out these space issues. We just voted to expand CCPA, and after I believe 5 years, they're not going to have enough space. We need to figure out where Oakland Soul is going to go because they're out of space. So we have a lot of these problems, and so this is just a root cause, right, from my perspective, is that we have a poor culture around planning, and we have to fix that. And then we just have a long way to go with the process of engagement, right? So I'm just wanting to remind us all that it just is not working to, show up without a real good plan. Families get really frustrated when they have questions that we can't answer because we haven't thought about that yet. So we just have to do better on that account. So I would love to hear responses to some of those questions, but the main thing is if the idea is to expand a quality program, but that actually leads us to lose families because we haven't planned for their growth, then that actually is shooting ourselves in the foot, right?
Yes.
And so we have to do this in a way that makes sure that we don't lose families.
Yeah, and this is where I think it's important to just separate this from the blueprint to this being a true facilities need that started 4 years ago. So just recognizing that this is a facilities need. Going to the three questions that I heard from you, Director Gonzalez. One, why not the middle grades? This was a school leadership decision on bringing those 4th and 5th graders. I could get more information from that, but really giving that to the school leadership to make that determination of the who and what group is moving. Part of the program to this date is that the 4th and 5th graders will be there for 4 days out of the week, and then one day they'll be at Melrose to get those offerings, like I said, the library, the electives, music, and any other extra elective programs. In terms of transportation, we are going to continue to engage in recognizing engagement with our 4th and 5th grade parents was late in the game, unacceptable, and we need to continue to engage as much as possible before the school year is over, because we know families leave, and so we want to make sure that we have a plan in place, and that's going to mean that we bring families together. Just recently, we found out that there's approximately 30 families that have students that will be at both sites. So now that we have a little more targeted information, we're able to actually talk to those students, say, how can we work together to figure this out? Is it, and as a suggestion, is it a staff member walking the students? Is it a carpool situation, which we know we've seen in other places? But that will be the continued engagement we have with families. And then the third is the engagement. Yeah, we have a series of engagements. So we met with the families. They asked a lot of questions. We offered them frequently asked questions along with dates to engage with them again, and we'll be continuing to engage. We have a shared space document that has been produced back when David Montes de Oca was here. So really utilizing that resource is something we can use that has been used in the past around what does a change look like and what does it look like to work in a shared space.
Okay, so my last question is, what are the consequences of us not voting on this today? Because it sounds like there's still a lot of unanswered questions. There needs to be another engagement with MLA families. So if this were to be postponed until next board meeting, what are the consequences of that? Because I would rather see us vote on this when we have more complete information about the questions I just asked, as well as the questions that families haven't gotten answers to yet.
So I'd say two that are pretty important. One, we've already admitted the group of TK kinders. And so if we don't have a location, that means we don't have space for incoming kids that we've already accepted into Melrose Leadership Academy. Number two, we're almost at the end of the year, and so if our teachers are going to move, they're going to need to pack up and get their stuff in order so that facilities can help with that move, and we need to make sure we could do that before the school year is over as well and teachers go off to their well-deserved vacations. So the timing of that move is really important so that we could get started, and we can work with the facilities to get that started as well and incorporate that into their work plan, and making sure that our TK kinders have a place and we know that they have a seat at the school.
Vice President London.
Thank you. I think I'm very uncomfortable with this proposal. I'm as interested in the communication with the urban Montessori families as I am with the Melrose Leadership families. My understanding is that the urban Montessori program is a good one. It's full. And I feel like it's unfair and disruptive of us to go in and say, we're going to take your classrooms in the same way we just heard with Howard. And I also have big concerns about planning. It's my understanding that without any authorization from the board, we added a third kindergarten classroom at Hillcrest School for next year. And Hillcrest is an extremely impacted school. We already don't have enough room there. They already can't take all of their kids who want to matriculate into the middle school. So I'm befuddled about what the process is. So I guess I'm directing this to you, acting superintendent, as this is not working. And what is going to happen in 5 years or 6 years when those rising kindergartners at Hillcrest hit the middle school and we don't have room for them? I feel like this is just not, it's not working. I'm done.
Just to clarify, the current proposal now with 4 classrooms, not 6, does not displace any urban Montessori classroom. It was when it was 6 classrooms that it would have displaced 2. Could you just clarify that, because I'm not sure.
Yes, to my understanding, that is correct as I talked to the urban Montessori leadership group.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just had a couple questions. There was a proposal last year, I remember it being floated, about moving the Roosevelt portables to the Melrose Leadership Academy campus. I'm not sure how far it got and if that got costed out at all. I just wanted to loop back around, because I had been asked that question by several folks, why that was not feasible.
I wasn't here last year, but I think I can speak to the campus's condition and its ability to receive or not receive expansion by portable classrooms. Maxwell Park's campus, as you know, is kind of a 2-tiered campus, upper and lower campus. Upper campus, where the admin building is not any room for a pad there for expansion. So the expansion would have to take place on the lower yard. Given the fact that expansion could take place on the lower yard, it would be very, very expensive. For us, we have neglected to do that. And again, not being here in the year that you say this was discussed, I would make the assumption that my staff's response was we couldn't put those portables there because of access compliance and American with Disability issues, and having to make the entire campus accessible. And that would require outdoor elevators and some other things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get 2 more points in before, well, it's not going to be before my time. So then this is, my understanding is this is a 1-year solution for just for 1920. So what is going to be the plan for 2021 and beyond if it sounds like it's going to continue to grow, or at least sustain the same number? So are they going to need more classrooms next year? And if so, then what is the plan, and can we get ahead of it in terms of finding and deciding on a plan, the long-term plan, starting now?
Yeah, so this is definitely, by no means, that's where it's temporary additional space. This is 1 year, and what we're looking for is actually bringing in Melrose Leadership Academy into the blueprint process to plan out where their more permanent spot is. Because ultimately, we don't want this to be the case either. We want to find a permanent location for the Melrose Leadership Academy.
Okay. So I guess I would just say I understand this is not ideal in terms of timing and engagement, but I think what would be even worse is to delay the vote to the 22nd, which is a week before the end of the school year, where teachers and parents are going to have to rush to be able to figure things out. And so I think that if folks are ready, I would like to see us at least vote on the item today, and if, at least staff will have a decision and can make plans accordingly, because the 22nd is really late for the school sites to not, and for parents not to know where the kids are going to go. Director Yee.
Yes, and this is just short. I think I moved the vote, moved this item, and I also appreciated the fact that Ms. Renteria considered some of the other options. I think we made a commitment to, or the board at the time made a commitment to MLA. I think I know the area fairly well, and I understand what Mr. White said about the additional portables. The school site already is impacted, so for us to add more portables would over-impact the site with a K-12, a K-8 program, and that's the challenge right now. The lower primary yard is completely full with educational material, which limits the actual space that they actually have. Obviously, this would not be my preferred solution, but consistent with the presentation we had with the tough choices we have to make around Howard, as well as this, I'm prepared to support the decision as a one-year solution to put this into the citywide plan, because we do have a jewel at MLA. And in terms of the comments about starting other programs, I just want to pay respect to Principal Contreras, who's invested 25 years of her life to build the program the way it is now.
Yes.
It wasn't this way 4 years when it was in the first year, the fourth year, the 8th year. It's only built this momentum over the last few years, and if this is something that she endorses and wants, then I'm willing to go to bat for her on her behalf. And so I'm prepared to move the question.
Thank you, Director Yu. We have to take public comment on this item. Thank you, Ms. Renteria and Mr. White. We're going to take public comment at this time, then we'll come back for a board vote.
We have 2 speakers, Carol Delton, Mike Hutchinson.
Good evening, Board. Carol Dalton. I appreciate that many of the questions that board members asked were similar questions going on in my mind as I was listening to the presentation. I'm very concerned when, on the one hand, we're hearing about potential school closures, and on the other hand, hearing about schools that need more space. Second one we've heard about tonight. So I'm hoping that that pause on school closures be very seriously put into place until all of the programs that exist already in OUSD have the best and most adequate space to educate the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton.
Mike Hutchinson. With respect, I encourage all the board members to go back and watch the 15-minute discussion that just happened and to notice how all 7 of you were saying very different things. Now, we have a portable reduction strategy, so the solution should not be putting more portables on a playground that can't accommodate them. There's not much difference between letting parents and families know a week before the school year ends and 3 weeks before the school year ends. Of course the families don't want this because they were never included in the decisions to begin with. And this was not the principal at MLA reaching out to the district and asking for this. This was brought to her by the district. But we need some history going on up in here. You know, I worked at Maxwell Park Elementary for 8 years. I was there when the state administrator closed Sherman Elementary. I was there when Director Yee came and promised us at Maxwell Park that our school would never close, that it would anchor a mega district as we incorporated the Sherman students into our school at Maxwell Park. Then I witnessed when 3 of the current board members voted to close Maxwell Park in 2012 and told us we had too many schools. Then I witnessed the next year as the board moved in Melrose Elementary, or Melrose, into Maxwell Park. And what had once been a neighborhood elementary school serving the neighborhood and the community turned into a Spanish immersion school serving students from outside the neighborhood. And now to bring it full circle, now Melrose families are being told that they're going to have to go back to Sherman. This is complete dysfunction and mismanagement. How can a school add a 3rd kindergarten without a board vote? So now we know Melrose and Hillcrest. I had heard about Hillcrest also. What other schools is that happening at? Where's the head of enrollment, Charles Wilson, here to explain himself? That has to be a board decision. You're telling us all these decisions you have to make on our property, long-term leases, closure, selling the property, and you just explained how you can't even manage enrollment across our district.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Can I just do a clarifying question? I apologize, team.
Director
To
Hinton-Hodge.
Ms. Can you tell me about, I want to be clear. Director Gonzalez said, why not the middle school students? I felt like that they were more mature, more capable to kind of like make the move. It just felt better than the kindergartner. So you moved from kindergartner to 4th and 5th grade. So can you tell me a little bit why we wouldn't, and then the older students and Frick is half empty. So I'm getting this like, we want to go to the library and we want to go to the library, we want to do all these other things that are in community, and there's got to be some compromise, like that may not be able to happen. And so I'm just puzzled why, I just don't know why we can't push a little bit more. Frick is sitting half empty. So why wouldn't we feel like that's something for us to save, right? Like if we're in this saving our schools mentality in a district school and you don't want a charter to come there, why wouldn't we put our traditional school on that campus? Again, you know what I mean? Like if the ideology and the politics is, if we keep following the line here, we should be putting them at Frick. It just doesn't make sense to me. Or again, unless your intention is to interrupt a charter school. Then there's also Allendale School, right? So I just wanted to be, I guess,
What was your
community to be
specific
really
question?
crystal clear.
I called the question earlier.
Well, I don't agree with calling the question because I want clarifying questions around Frick and other things. I was the one who did the second, so it could all die on my second, okay? So could you please just answer that? Like, why not Frick? Why not 7th and 8th graders?
So the decision on the grades was up to the discretion of the school leadership. And the decision around Sherman was the proximity, and even just hearing from the parents of MLA, and I'm receiving emails myself from MLA parents, the transportation from the closest school is already a challenge. So to even go further would be more
Okay.
of a challenge.
So my only challenge, and I already said I'm not voting on this, but the other piece of that is like, it's a magnet school. So everyone transports themselves there anyway. Like, it's not, he just said, it's not a neighborhood school. So I'm just like in this space around, like, we use these arguments, differently when we want to kind of just satisfy what it is that we want for ourselves, right? And so now we care about parents transporting, but we don't really care about like keeping neighborhood schools where people don't have to transport across the town. So anyway, I can call a question as well.
Mr. Rickshaw, we're ready for a roll call.
On the motion to adopt, I believe this is T1, item 190890, Melrose Leadership Academy's campus solution for next school year. Director Hinton Hodge.
No.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
No.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President London.
No.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We are on item T2. Is there a motion to adopt item T2? This is a curriculum purchased for science middle school
So moved.
curriculum. Moved by Vice President London. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Torres. For this item, we have Mr. Wesley Jux, Executive Director of Academic and Instructional Innovation.
Good evening, board directors and community. We are very excited tonight to put forth this resolution to adopt middle school science curriculum. You all remember the last time I was here in the fall. We set forth the beginning of a 3-year plan really to ensure that all students have access to quality standards-based curriculum at all grade levels and all teachers have quality materials. I think this is some of the most important work that we do as a school district. And so I'm excited to introduce my colleagues who are going to take you through a presentation about our resolution to adopt the FOSS science curriculum for middle school. And so I'd like to invite up my colleague, Director of STEM, Brenda Tui, and my other colleague, Secondary Science Coordinator, Herberta Zulueta. And Herberta, Ms. Zulueta is going to start us off.
Good evening. Again, my name is Herberta Zueta. I'm from the science department, and it is my honor to talk about middle school science curriculum adoption for science. Just a little, thank you. Just a little background. I was here in the district at Frick Middle School when we adopted last in 2007, and I was a part of the curriculum writing team to make the transitional curriculum for NGSS. So this is a very special moment for me. Thank you. As the board may know, NGSS shifts the way teachers teach and students learn. NGSS addressed climate change, which is great because we just adopted an updated board policy on environmental and climate change literacy. NGSS addressed, NGSS engineering in every grade K-12, and it connects to Common Core, ELD, and the History and Social Science framework. Since NGSS was adopted, the Science Department has supported the transition to NGSS with transitional curriculum, summer institutes, training, lesson study, PD throughout the year. Like I mentioned earlier, the last time we adopted curriculum was in 2007, and that curriculum was aligned to the 1998 standards. NGSS was adopted in 2013. We are getting tested this year, so do a little mental math there. And just wanted to note that the number 3 reason why STEM teachers leave OUSD is because lack of inadequate supplies and resources. Oh, number 1 and 2 are high cost of living and low wages. The selection process began last year. We had 2 open sessions to review 4 curricula, and the top 2 rated from those open sessions were then piloted this fall by these schools. Here are our results. We had teachers rate both curriculum on 6 categories, NGSS alignment. And I just want to know, it's kind of hard for folks to see that the blue is STEM scopes, which was one of the curriculum that we piloted, and FOSS is in red. So NGSS alignment. Alignment to Common Core. Equity. Student materials. Assessment. Usability. So it's pretty clear which curriculum we should move forward with, and that would be FOSS. I'm going to turn it over to Brenda Toohey.
All right, now this name might be familiar because about a year ago, it was last April, you voted to approve the adoption of FOSS for our 54 elementary schools. And through some creative funding, renegotiating of contracts, work with community partners, we're able to roll that out in all 54 elementary schools. Here's our famous stock clerk, Ricky Logan, retiring this year, but he stayed to see through the rollout of our elementary materials. And we, at this point, have trained over 90% of our elementary schools. Teachers have received 6 hours of training on the new curriculum, and these are trainings that are all led by OUSD teacher leaders. So for teachers, by teachers. The impact of this high-quality program is not only our kids at every single school, grades K-5, getting high-quality hands-on science, but this is an incredibly strong program to support kids' literacy and language skills. So they're talking about science, they're reading about science, they're writing about science. And tonight, we have the opportunity to approve an adoption which will make sure that the work that begins in kindergarten is supported consistently all the way through 8th grade with a high-quality, standards-aligned program. Now, what does this program include? Because science adoption is a little bit different than your typical textbook adoption. So what this program includes is teacher guides. And Herbert is going to do a little demonstration. So we have both physical teacher guides as well as licenses for the online materials so that teachers can access these wherever they are. We also have the student textbooks. We will get the physical textbooks as well as the online licenses for the ebooks. And the textbooks are available in English and Spanish so that they'll meet the needs of our school, just our regular schools and also our dual language schools. And we currently have elementary schools that are doing their full science instruction in Spanish with a lot of success. This program also includes the material kits. So the material kits you see in front of you are what we'll be purchasing for every single teacher, full of equipment, enough for 5 classes. What you see here is just the first unit for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So this is like the first 6 weeks of instruction. This is all that Herberta could fit in our car, okay? So this times 3, 4, 5, several units throughout the year. All of this is included in the in the cost because we know that our teachers should not have to spend their own time and money going to the store to get the materials so that their kids can have lab experiences. So this is all included. I said the online materials. The online materials include all the digital resources. There's digital interactives for kids. There's also a really high-quality standards-aligned assessment system, which means that students will be taking interim assessments that are in the same format as the state test, and we'll get feedback for teachers, for parents, for kids, principals, district level, on how our kids are doing related to national standards. There's teaching slides. There are teacher videos. There are online tutorials for the teachers of how to set up and teach every single lesson for every single module in every single grade. So if we're not here, the teachers can still get their training. This program also includes live organisms. They're all in containers, so you don't need to worry about that. But Herberta would like to show you some of the things that are part of this program. I believe you're getting the Madagascar hissing cockroaches. We want to see these Have you ever heard somebody stand up here and say, we want to see cockroaches in every single middle school classroom? We're saying that right now. And included with the purchase is professional development. We have the privilege of being close partners with the Lawrence Hall of Science where this is developed. So they'll be providing professional development for our teachers. I know. It's just like with students. But this is good. This is engagement. Now, you might be wondering, this looks great, but what is the fiscal impact of these material kits and live organisms? So I want to give you some information about what this will cost. All right, so what the program will cost, the one-time purchase price is just under $700,000. We have negotiated a contract with the vendor to pay this in 3 installments, so that the one-time cost would be about $230,000 for 3 years. There are costs of consumable items, such as the live organisms, which perish and need to be replenished each year, as well as things like chemicals, batteries, materials that have a short shelf life. So we are expecting that to be about $50,000 a year. And we have a lot of knowledge of this program because we've been using this, a previous edition with our elementary schools for a long time. So the total cost for the 3-year purchase agreement, which you are voting on today, is $840,000, which includes the one-time purchase and the replacement costs for the first 3 years. The cost of an 8-year adoption, which is what we anticipate, would be just over $1 million, or less than $20 per middle school student per year for the next 3 years. And we think they're worth it. For comparison, the leading program that we looked at, the competitor STEM Scopes, their cost for an 8-year adoption comes in at about $3 million. Last year, you approved 2 new curriculum for middle school, so same number of students. You approved curriculum for math and for history, which are textbook-based programs. There's no live organisms involved. And the cost for the 8-year adoption of history is slightly more than the cost of science, and math is just under. But both of them are right in the same range of $1 million. All this to say, the steal. I'm going to let Roberta tell you a little bit about our implementation plan, and then we'll take questions at the end.
So the instructional materials will be centrally housed and maintained by central office, similar to the fashion that elementary FOSS is. During the summer, we'll have high school students refurbish the kits. We've been doing that for years now. And what's really cool is this last year, Salesforce created this app for us to track the boxes. And if a teacher needs material that, broken or missing, they can put it into this app and then we can go ahead and deliver. It's pretty cool. Training. Our goal is to have 100% of our teachers trained in FOSS by December. We have a June and August Institute. We'll be training our teachers. Again, like Brenda said, there's online resources for our teachers in every lesson. How cool is that? And then ongoing support, monthly PDs by grade level, buyback days, on-site teacher leaders, very important, and principal PD. So I open it up to questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that creative hands-on presentation. Let's take questions and comments by board members. We'll start with Director Gonzalez and see if anyone else
Thank you. I saw some language here that's alarming to me, which says, depending on budget. So the kids look awesome, and I have no doubt that what the teachers, their experience, obviously they're the experts. But I feel extremely uncomfortable about making a budget purchase that doesn't sound like was budgeted for. And doesn't, like, you guys have not identified a specific budget code. So I feel a little uneasy about that. So I'm probably going to either abstain or vote no, because I just don't feel comfortable with this larger purchase that wasn't budgeted for. But sounds awesome, and if my colleagues support it, then I guess it will go forward. But I feel that this is not a good practice, and we haven't fixed this practice yet of buying things that we don't have money budgeted for. So thank you, though. Thanks for the work.
Could we actually get clarification on that before we go around? Because that was an issue, the same issue happened last year with the Foss Elementary, as you know, where it came to the board and it was an unbudgeted expense at that time. So was this part of our budget development, and do we have line items around that already built into our budget? The challenge last time was that we did not, and I appreciate the creative financing, but just clarity around what unbudgeted means.
So it's a high priority for us to fund this item. We are still preparing the total budget that will come before the board when we do the first read of the LCAP on June 12th. So it is part of our plan. However, we are still working through all the details of the total budget. So that includes our central staffing and then other investments. But all of our curriculum adoptions are considered high priority. We have lottery funds that will help with some of the funding, and then for the rest it will be largely through supplemental. But we're not done with the budget development process to bring that forward at this time.
Okay, thank you. Director Yee.
If I recall, last year, a couple years ago, there was surplus money in the instruction to supplies budget, but that is not, there was no money allocated for this particular adoption, or is this a different adoption than the ongoing regular sequence of adoptions?
So we receive around 1.7 million for a lottery from lottery funds, and we use that for
instruction materials,
new adoptions and replacement materials. However, what we're projecting, and there was a presentation in the fall that was explaining all of the curriculum adoptions that we should be doing in the near future, will surpass the $1.7 million amount. We do have a budget that is identified in terms of how much we need, but now we have to, as suggested, we have to finalize the exact line items.
So going with President Ng, so this money was not presented as part of this was not anticipated in the budget reduction discussions that we had, where we've just recently adopted the budget reductions. This is not an allocation that you're projecting. Was this taken into account when we did the budget in March?
At the same time, we were forming the amount we would need to do new adoptions, including some of the pilots.
So I mean, mainly, I'm looking at, we're going through the third interim and closing out the books and so forth, and then projecting for the 2019-20 budget based upon what we adopted in March as a board around the budget reduction. So is this a hit on what we anticipated would be our ending fund balance or our beginning budgeting for next year?
This does not add to that deficit amount. We are budgeting within the amounts of money that we have.
And then secondly, I'm a big fan of FOSS, and I understand that this is the time to adopt the science materials. So we either are out of the adoption cycle if we don't adopt this, or we would be choosing some other materials which are not as powerful as FOSS. Is that correct? But we would miss the cycle of science adoption for the middle schools if we don't adopt this now?
When you say there's no set amount of time that we have to do adoptions, but we shouldn't have materials that are antiquated. And so we do have new science standards and the curriculum is now being rolled out to address those new standards, and all school districts are expected to start their adoption processes in order to align to the
That's basically
NGSS.
what I meant. And
Yes.
then two other quick things about this is, you mentioned Lawrence Hall of Science as the partner. So where is Chabot Space and Science Center in this? Because, you know, because of our contractual arrangements, we have a certain amount of in-kind that they owe us. So could you share something about that?
Yeah, in fact, I just came here from the Chabot
Science
Space
Fair.
and Science Center. They hosted
Yes.
our science fair. I'm sorry that it was the same night as the board meeting so that you couldn't be there, but we brought you posters.
Yeah. So just keep going. Just keep
yeah,
going.
so when
Chabot
I say the
Space
Lawrence,
and Science
so
Center
they are
and
definitely a
FOSS.
partner.
I want them to be using FOSS.
I will share that information with Caleb.
Because if, in fact, we are doing FOSS, I can't understand why we would not have an expectation that their student-facing materials would not at least be connected to this adoption and not some other adoption. So is that something that we can have an expectation of in terms of our own? I mean, it's very important that we have a consistent and reinforced message around science.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that we are in regular conversation with the leadership team at Chabot Space and Science Center. Caleb is there right now. He's very supportive of this program and excited for this shift, and they're ready to support us in any way they can.
Yeah, so it would be helpful if they gave a concrete something.
Okay.
And then the last thing is, I know FOSS, especially in the elementary, but I can see with the live specimens, needs a constant refreshing of their materials, and you mentioned that with the software. So my experience with the elementary, I believe, is that we had some work-based learning interns who work in the science office to do the refurbishing. Could you just say a word or two about that and how you're going to integrate work-based learning and Measure N and our linked learning academies into the refurbishing and all the rest of that?
Gladly. So every summer for the last at least 8 summers, we have hosted a team of high school interns through the ECHO program. So they receive a stipend, and they spend their summer refurbishing all of the elementary FOSS kits. So they go through item by item. They're developing leadership skills. They're developing work skills. You know, I've been to the showcase where they share their material, and they are
And about
proud.
how many do you have?
We have 10 students every summer.
Okay, and how do students find out about this so they could apply for these internships?
So we work with the Link Learning Office, and actually we're recruiting right now. We have a wait list. There's a lot of interest. We have some interns returning for a second year, but we're in close communication with our high school Link Learning Office.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Harris.
Okay, this is awesome because that was my science. I love the planetary science textbook, even though kids will never read it. But so just some serious questions. Okay, budget. How much do we have to pay for this year?
So that was the $230,000.
So that comes out of this year's budget.
That comes out of the 1920 budget.
So next year's budget.
Yes.
So next year we owe basically $250,000.
Yes.
And we have not budgeted for that. Is that right?
So we're still finalizing the total budget. So it's in the priority list, but we're not done with the total district budget.
So we have not.
It's on
It's
our
okay.
list.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's okay. And then in the subsequent 2021 year, have we budgeted the remaining funds? Have we? No? Are there additional funds, or is it $250,000 and we're done?
No, the total amount is listed here.
So we would be on the hook for
3
an
installments
additional.
of $230,000.
Right. So, yeah, unfortunately, I so much want to support this because I saw the cockroaches and all of that. But if you haven't made a case that these funds are actually in budget, then I can't in good faith say, go ahead and do it. It sounds like you're going to do the diligence. I would invite you to bring it back once you can clarify to the board that the funds are actually identified and encumbered, and we can move forward. And that, I mean, that's all. So, I mean, I don't think it's anything to be alarmed about. I think it's something our students need, but we can't very well say, yes, go ahead and do it, and we don't have the money identified yet. So that's just my feedback. But thank you for the work.
Thank you.
And the poster.
Other comments? Vice President London.
Thank you for this, and I appreciate your creativity as teachers in the way you have presented this information. And would have been great if you would have been my science teachers, because I still regret I didn't take more science. Anyway, I'm very supportive of this. Last year we were in a position where we were adopting a curriculum, and the staff identified a pathway for it. I think we're hearing, some of you are, what I'm hearing from Ms. Aguilera is that they're in the process of figuring out, they're still finalizing the numbers they want to bring to us, and this is something that they want to put in there. And I want to give them the signal to move ahead. So I'm going to be supporting this, and I hope we can muster a majority to do that. But I do appreciate the concerns that you all are expressing, and I think this, this is just adding to my mind the long laundry list of things for which we need more funding, and pointing me again to full and fair funding for our public schools, that we're having to argue over whether we can buy the right, materials for our kids to learn basic science, when, as I said earlier, the planet is about to implode on, and we're all going to be gone anyhow. Maybe we shouldn't do it because we'll all be gone anyhow. Anyway, sorry, I won't go down that path, but I'm feeling very glum about climate change tonight. And I want us to do something positive, and the kids are going to lead us through this, and we need to empower them to do that. We need to give them every tool that they can find and that we can give them. And to my mind, this is one of the best investments we can make. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just help? Oh.
I just wanted to offer a little more information to Director Harris's question about the budget. I just wanted to be clear, for all of our curriculum, we do budget for multi-year adoptions. So I want to, and Director Aguilera shared that each year we get almost $1.8 million from the state in lottery funds, which are categorical and are specifically directed for curriculum. That 1.7 is not sufficient to provide the curriculum that our students deserve and that our teachers need. So for example, this 1.7 for next year, the adoptions that we've done over the last few years have incurring costs. So I just wanted to provide the example of the math curriculum for middle school that we adopted last year. We have 2 more years. So part of the lottery funds are budgeted for 2 more years for that. We have 2 more years of the history curriculum costs. We also have 2 more years of the elementary science curriculum costs. So we are budgeting multi-year. Those will roll off in 2 years. So you can imagine in 2 years there are 3 major programs that will roll off of the large costs. There are some ongoing costs that my colleagues mentioned around refurbishing materials and so on, but the large curriculum adoption costs. However, we do have some money in the categorical funds in the lottery identified for this. The full amount that we need to get to the $230,000 is beyond that, and that's where Dr. Aguilera is speaking about. We want to ensure that we have the final funds to go forward with the process. But I just wanted to be clear that we are budgeting multi-year for all of these projects, and that the 1.7 is a major part of how we fund curriculum, but it isn't the only way that we can fund curriculum.
So 2 questions, Director Torres.
So I just wanted to know, and I appreciate that answer. That's helpful. Because obviously it does cost to give our students the best. And so I'm reading, for instance, the San Francisco Unified Science Department for middle school, teacher on special assignment 9 years. Prior to that, he was teaching at Mission High School science. So for 9 years, he's been in that district to create the pedagogy and helping to plan and create new curriculum with the middle school teachers. So I'm just curious about other districts, our size, what they do. Do we create our own by having someone like this superstar for 9 years, what have you, partnered with UC Berkeley, UCSF, SFU, other Exploratorium. So I'm just wondering about where we're located, these partners we can have, creating our own. I'm just wondering what other exploration happened, because finances are tough and they're going to continue to get tougher. So when we make a commitment that is multi-years, we want to be able to actually pay that bill multi-years. That's the problem. PERS and STIRS is real. So that is one of my concerns as well.
some context. So through some significant grant funding from the S.D. Bechtel Jr. Foundation, we actually went through the process of developing an in-house curriculum for our middle school teachers. And we had funds for one-time purchase of equipment without a system for maintaining it. And the curriculum was an incredible learning experience for our teachers. The teachers involved found it to be invaluable. We saw a lot of progress made. And when those same teachers looked at FOSS, because one thing that was on the table was perhaps we should stick with what we developed, the quality was unparalleled. And one thing that we found with our in-house curriculum is that something that's developed by teachers works well in their classroom, but it's hard for teachers to take resources to the level of polish necessary to hand off to another teacher and use it with ease. In terms of San Francisco, I can tell you that the curriculum that they created, they're printing workbooks that they wrote and they made, and they're spending $500,000 a year on consumable printed books. According to their science director for next year, they're spending $1.9 million on science instructional materials alone. That's more than our lottery budget for instructional materials for every content area. So districts are doing pretty big investments around science right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Just two quick questions. So just to better understand the budgeting process, the impact of voting now versus when we have our public hearing to have confirmation, because I do believe I don't think we actually voted on the item until we confirmed that where the budget came from last year. But the impact on a delay of a month for the June 12th public hearing, could you just talk about what that impact is?
Just to clarify, what happened with the board resolution is that there was a sentence added that we would not move forward until funds were identified. And it wasn't that it was postponed, that line was added, and you'll see that in the resolution.
So we have that in this resolution?
Yes.
So, but the actual purchase didn't happen, though, until I remember it was reported back to the board what the line items specific were.
It was July, so you probably didn't hear about it until August, formally.
So is that what the plan is for this one? If it says
when we identify
once funding
funds, we won't have the capability of placing new orders until July.
Okay, so there is an opportunity to get an update then about the funding, confirmation of the funding at the public hearing then.
It would be the same process that we, if approved this evening, would be the same process to say you have approval pending the identification of funding. We wouldn't go forward. We couldn't go forward to do a requisition if there's no funding behind the requisition.
Okay, that's good clarification. So this is pending funding, and there'll be confirmation of the funding before it moves forward. And then this is a longer question, but I think Mr. Jock, you had started to talk about this, but I remember a couple of years ago, Mr. Chambliss coming and talking about $4 million of curriculum adoptions that were upcoming, and I maybe it was sometime last year, and I believe it was you that you had also presented just the holes in terms of some of the areas where we do need to do additional curriculum adoption. So that's in addition to some of the multi-year investments that we are paying off. And so I'm not sure what my question is. I guess it's more of a how are we planning on addressing this? I mean, and I'm imagining the $4 million might have been a conservative number at that time. And so what is our long-term plan, and how can we are we working from a long-term plan around curriculum adoption, and how are we going to fund it going forward? Because, of course, our students need the most updated material possible, and also we know that we have some challenges with our fiscal, our ability to afford everything that our students deserve.
Thank you, Director Ring. I mean, I would say to that yes, we do have a multi-year plan that we are developing. If you remember in the fall, I shared a heat map, and it had the green, yellow, and red areas in terms of the quality of standards-aligned curriculum. Just want to name that this science adoption would bring middle school up to fully green, what we would consider high-quality standards-aligned curriculum in all core content areas. And that's an investment we want to make in middle schools. In high school, you remember that the core content areas curriculum has not been adopted for a long time. And so we are in the process. We've been working with teachers this year to plan for math curriculum adoption in high school. We also have other curricular priorities for early education and for elementary. I just want to name that it is a plan. I'm not sure if I'm getting at your question, but we do have the priorities
Well,
that we've been.
thank you. I just want to continue to flag that for board members. There are millions of dollars in outstanding need for our curriculum that we have to think about in terms of long-term planning policies in our budget. And this is in addition to, we know that transportation increases and other increases that we continue to see. So I just want to continue to remind us about that. We will continue to see, as needed, curriculum adoptions, but that it is an ongoing fiscal impact.
We do have a plan that has 3 different scenarios in place to project out how much we will need. So we are working from that projection. It is all dependent on identifying enough funds above the 1.7 in lottery funds. So it can range between $3 million and $5 million, depending on which scenario we're able to go with. So we did do that planning. The team did, not just the science team, but all of our curricular areas, including the ELMA office, have projected out how much it will cost to do new world language adoptions. So that we do have a plan in place, and we're working towards that, but it's all dependent, of course, on identifying enough funds. And the lottery funds that we receive are not sufficient. We're also noticing the state is passing more legislation, I would say, that you need to do new adoptions, but without the actual funding to do that. So it's an unfunded mandate that we often get in multiple areas or special ed training and curriculum that we're also working towards. But we do have to figure out how to fund it all without getting that amount of money from the state.
Thank you. Public comment, Mr. Harris, Director Harris, excuse me.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation, but I'm not really understanding the conversation. When you bring forward an item, you should be able to say, this has been accounted for in the budget. This idea, we owe our students more than that. I mean, I don't understand. You know, I get that I'm hearing some wiggle room, but this idea that you say yes, and I'll figure it out later. That's how we got in trouble. Not to mention, we just told 119 people, you don't have a job anymore for next year. We didn't get the opportunity to say, well, we'll figure it out later. We'll keep you and we'll figure it out later. So we have to be better than, I'll bring you back a plan later. And if it's kicked back, then we'll have a conversation. There are countless bills. I can name them: rent, moving costs, all these things we haven't accounted for. You put another $250,000 on top of that, we begin to go deeper and deeper into the hole. So this idea that, it's loosey-goosey, I get it. This is about kids. I want them to have the best. Then let's do right by them and bring forward. Now, we all sat there 2 years ago when we cut $9 million, $14 million, $17 million. Every one of us said, I'm going to do better. I'm going to make sure that the superintendent's office brings to me a proof of payment. We can pay for this, and this is what I want to do. And we're not doing that right now. So I get it. It's important that our kids have it. Then we have to do better diligence, and we have to demand better of our staff. So I don't know where this goes, but I don't see anything wrong with saying, well, okay, if you have a plan, then bring the plan to me, and I can vote for it. So I just wanted to say where the conversation is headed is not in the spirit of fiscal vitality. So, the niceness had to leave a little bit. I appreciate the boxes and all of those things, but we're here to do a job. We're not here to hand out money. So,
thank you, Director Harris. So can we have clarification from either Mr. Jock or Ms. Aguilera? If the purchase is not happening until July, what would be the impact to waiting to the public hearing when there is confirmation about funding, especially if the resolution says as funding exists, so you can't move forward anyways unless there's a line item budgeted funding.
But one thing I wanted to name is that last year we were in a similar place. I was not in my position until July. Ms. Tui was also came into her position in July. Generally for curriculum, we budget fairly conservatively, and we take that 1.7 and we we really do not spend more than we can when we're budgeting. What happened last year at the same time is that it was approved pending funding. That allowed us, when I came into my role on July 1st and Ms. Tui came into her role shortly after, to move very quickly when we found out that we actually did have more sufficient funds in the lottery, because we budgeted conservatively, and last year we had some private donor support to get us over the top. And so this year we're at a situation where majority of the 1.7 has been budgeted for incurring costs for these other programs. However, we do have money to put forward to this science curriculum. It's not the full $230,000 in our estimation right now, so it's really where we are in the budgeting process. And so we're not budgeting beyond our means, I think, so much as we are. It's a stage of where we are in the budgeting process, and this is a top priority that we would purchase pending the funding. So.
But I guess what would be the impact of at the public hearing? That's when the budgeting process will be presented to, or the finalized budgeting, the outcome of the budgeting process will be presented. So what is the drawback to waiting till then to approve the curriculum?
So you're referring to
The
approving
public
this
hearing
on
of-
June 12th instead
Yeah, the budget hearing, when we are, after you've gone through the budgeting process and you can say, this item is coming out of this bucket.
If it is on the agenda for this academic or before June 30th, then we should still be okay in order to place the orders come July.
Okay, thank you. Who is the maker of the motion, Mr. Rakestraw? Vice President London. Because the other thing I heard is that the resolution actually doesn't say, the current resolution does not say pending funding. But to the maker of the motion, I'm wondering how you feel about postponing this item till the June 12th, the meeting where we have the budget hearing after budgeting has been completed, where there can be confirmation that around the budget item to Director Harris and Director Gonzalez's points.
If that will give my colleagues the comfort they need to support this, I'm willing to wait until the 12th of June. But I would really put it on staff that you've heard the conversation from the board. So please find the money, because I really want to vote for this. But I will table this until June 12th. I also would like to note that postpone it rather. The language you were discussing, Dr. Aguilera, about funds, it's not in the version that was posted with Legistar, so you might want to update that. And I don't think you have to bring the live organisms next time, but they are super cool.
Well, by consensus, you appear to be postponing to a time certain, and that means at least June 12th. And so if that is your desire, we will record it as such.
Just note, I object.
I'm sorry. Well, let's take a formal vote to postpone to date certain, Madam President, and that way we'll have it with very much clarity.
Mr. Rakestraw, do you want to take roll call?
So we're voting now on whether to postpone this item until June 12th.
That's right.
Yes. We deem to have a motion before the board at this point on a motion to postpone to a time certain, that being June 12th.
So just a clarification, the maker of the motion is requesting the postponement, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And the seconder? Are you okay, Madam?
I'll move.
Ms.
Second.
Torres? Okay. On the motion to postpone this item until June 12th, Director Hinton Hodge.
No.
Director Yee. Yes. Director Torres. Yes. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion to postpone is adopted.
Okay, so this item will come back to the board. I hope that you see the enthusiasm for the curriculum and the desire to want to move forward. We just want to make sure that there's a budget that's attached to it. And so that can come in the form of a quick update. We don't need to go through a full presentation. It will be just the vote on the 12th and a confirmation around the line item budgets that there is budgeted expenditures in the 1920 budget. Thank you so much for the presentation, the live organisms and all. So really appreciate your just all the information and all of your work. So now we're moving on to item T3. This is a presentation about our peer assistance and review program within the talent department. We have coming to present to us, we have both our Deputy Chief of Talent, Tara Gard, and our PAR team here to present, represented by the individuals that will introduce themselves.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having us. I am Nicholas Miller. I am the lead consulting teacher on the PAR team this year, and a PAR stands for Peer Assistance and Review.
Good evening. I'm Taz Garcia, another PAR consulting teacher.
I'm David Rosenthal. I'm also a PAR consulting teacher.
Good evening, Muslima Mohammed, PAR consulting teacher. And we're very happy and proud to present our highly effective program this evening. Our engagement with this meaningful and impactful work over the past 3 years has convinced us that all students deserve teachers with access to quality peer coaching. Teacher coaching is of paramount importance to improve student outcomes and support teacher retention efforts. So just a brief history of PAR. It was established in California in 1999, and then in 2000, OEA and OUSD established a PAR program here with the focus of continuing improvement and professional practice, and also to support unit members who are having challenges in being able to be effective. So all teachers can volunteer for PAR support. We've supported a variety of teachers from kindergarten to 12th grade, beginning, veteran teachers. We also are charged with supporting teachers referred to the program due to unsatisfactory evaluations. Thank you.
All right. So for the first 15 years of the program, the PAR consulting teachers worked with 204 teachers. And in the first 2 years of our tenure, through 2016 to 2018, we worked with 247 teachers. We had no referrals, just to note, because of our TGDS pilot. So in 2018-19, the school year, we've worked with 51 teachers, and there's quite a disparity there. So you'll wonder why the difference. Initially, we only had 1 or 2 CTs, and mostly they were working with referrals with very few volunteers. And then during the first 2 years of our time as PAR CTs, because there were no referrals, we were able to begin the program to support special support schools, which are schools that have a large number of new teachers who need more support than their actual site can offer. We also increased our outreach to veteran teachers, and at that time we had 5 CTs. This year, with the 51 teachers, we've had 3 PAR referrals, so those teachers have been referred as a result of their evaluations. And we've also continued to work with volunteers and do outreach and support special support schools. But you can see the time that the RTs, the referred teachers, take from our ability to work with more volunteer teachers. And when we think about who we've supported over this time, the majority are first-year teachers, as you can see there, but we also have worked with quite a number of teachers with 4 or more years. So that's great to see that we have veterans taking advantage of the opportunity to get the support that they need. And also, we have also supported about 50-50 with secondary and elementary teachers. So that's also important to note because we know that our middle and high schools need a lot of support as well as our elementaries.
So part of with our program, we also would give an exit survey to all of the volunteer teachers, not to the referred teachers, but to volunteer teachers. And so you can see overwhelmingly we have 98% of teachers would recommend working with a PAR coach to other teachers in the district. So we just believe really strongly that this program is really effective, and I think the data shows that. If you look at this bar graph here, you can see that the large majority of the teachers that we have served have rated our support as a 5 or a 4, and 5 being the highest score. So they're very happy with the support that they're getting from peer coaches and peer teachers. And just to say, we're all TSA teachers, so we're teachers on special assignment. And so I think that's really what drives our impact, is that we are just coming out of the classroom and that we are supporting our fellow teachers. We also asked this question, just wondering how many teachers, you know, especially our beginning teachers, how many of them considered leaving OUSD in the past 2 years? So you can see almost half said yes. 45% of new teachers or volunteer teachers said that they considered leaving OUSD. And so we followed up that question with just to what extent did PAR play a role in their decision to stay in OUSD. So we're really concerned with retention, as we all are in this district. We have such high teacher turnover, and we really want to retain the high talent that we get in Oakland. People are really dedicated to this district, and they come here for a reason. And so having this kind of peer support is really important. If you look at the graph up there, about 2/3 of the respondents said that PAR had an impact on their decision to stay in Oakland, and almost 1/4 of the respondents said that PAR had an extremely high impact on their decision to stay in Oakland. So the peer coaching is certainly a reason that we're able to retain new teachers in this district. So in the past 3 years, our team, our wonderful team here, we have supported over 298 classrooms. And those are all classrooms that have been positively impacted by the PAR program and the CTs that you see before you tonight.
So we've learned a number of things about coaching over the last 3 years, especially with the beginning teachers and volunteer teachers and the work we provided with them about why the coaching is so effective. For one thing, that PAR is a partnership between OEA and OUSD, so when we approach teachers, we have a lot of credibility with them, helps them feel safe with us. Coaching is voluntary and confidential, so they can feel free to share with us whatever their interests and needs are, and they can exit at any time if they want to. It's non-evaluative, which also helps us build a trusting relationship with them, where they can experiment with things and not worry about repercussions, and where they can share with us issues that they're having at the site. And we're able to tailor our support to those teacher-specific needs. So there's a lot of different coaching supports in the district, but a lot of them are focused on specific needs. There's content coaches who focus on ELA or math or something like that. There's site-based coaches who are focusing on helping teachers meet site goals. There's BITSA coaches who are working on induction. But we're able to focus on whatever that teacher's interests and areas of growth are and tailor coaching to their support. And that's really helped it be really effective. So on the survey that Nick was talking about, we asked this question, an open-ended question: if you had a chance to tell district leaders about PAR support, what would you say? So we want to share some of those quotes with you, and they're very representative of the quotes that we get. I'll read some of them. You can read them too. It was the biggest factor in surviving year one. Prioritize keeping this program. A district is nothing without a strong cadre of trained, self-reflective, and experienced teachers. PAR is crucial in retaining this workforce. We need more opportunities like PAR for non-evaluative support and reflection. PAR has been incredibly helpful in changing and developing the culture of my classroom. We need this. I was completely lost and didn't know where to even start. This program saved me, and I feel like I now have the tools to teach my kids. And then the long quote at the end, it is valuable to have someone who can be neutral and offer observations and feedback. Also to have people who have taught and are experts in different academic areas is so helpful for beginning teachers. Coaches for teachers, are essential. Education is always evolving, and we need people who can teach others how to evolve with it. Also, teachers get into this deficit mindset, either about themselves or their students. Coaches can help teachers not get into that mindset and feel good standing on their own 2 feet. And I want to end by pointing something out. For most of the existence of the PAR program in Oakland, Pat Jensen has been involved in one way or another. She is the co-chair of the joint committee that oversees PAR. She's been chair or co-chair for the last several years, and her stewardship has really led to the expansion of the program. She's always focused on us representing the students. So we just want to give you an opportunity to recognize Pat. She's in the back of the room for her great work. She's going to be retiring at the end of this year, so I just wanted to give you a chance to acknowledge her.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Questions by the board. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you for your work. I believe that retention is our biggest challenge in OUSD, and so I really appreciate, I think this is some of the most important work that we can do to support our teachers. I have some questions. I heard you guys say K through 12, and so I just wanted to check. Are ECE teachers and adult ed teachers eligible for PAR support as well?
Yeah, everyone's eligible for it. We've actually served some early childhood teachers in that 3-year period. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I have a question.
I'll say we haven't supported adult ed teachers during that time, but I think they're eligible to.
Okay. What's your sense of the referral numbers? That number 3 seems low. I'm just wondering what have the trends been like over the years? And then this question about non-evaluative, is that true even for the people who are referred to PAR?
So to answer your first question, I don't have the data for over the years, but that chunk of 200, I don't know the exact number, that for those 15 years were mostly referrals. For our first year of referrals this year, I would have thought personally there would be more just because there were so many years without an evaluation system. But I think what it really goes back to is training for admin, because the administrators are not aware how to do the evaluation in the way that one supports the teacher and through the process to improve, but also to then refer if it's necessary. So those are factors there. And then you had another question, which, the non-evaluative.
Yeah.
We collect data. So for the referred teacher, we have progress reports that we submit to the JC. So we collect and compile all the data into reports which are turned over. However, our work with volunteers, we do not share that data.
Okay, so it could be used in an evaluative way for someone who was referred, but for the vast majority of people you're working with, it is non-evaluative.
It's used to decide how they should move forward in the PAR program.
Okay.
We don't have any say. We just, we're the funnel to the joint committee.
Are any of you guys special ed teachers? And I'm asking because we have a particular retention crisis when it comes to special ed. So I'm wondering, how does this process look different, or does it look different with special education teachers?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We are not special ed teachers, but we've worked with a number of special ed teachers over the last 3 years. We've also reached out to the SPED coaching group and the SPED leadership and met with them to sort of coordinate service. We haven't actually worked with as many this year because there's a cadre of special ed coaches now that are working with teachers there. Essentially, the process for volunteers and beginning teachers in special ed is no different. They can volunteer for support, and we go and meet them where they are and what their needs are. And the SPED people, Carrie Kaufman and the coaches over there have been really helpful giving us support in how to work with those teachers.
Okay, and then I know that I'm out of time, but I just have one more question, which is about preliminary credentials. So what have you all observed about folks that are needing support? Are there differences between people who've gone through a credential program at Mills or East Bay or one of those places that's a little bit more sort of intensive and supported, and folks that are coming in either with an emergency credential or TFA or whatever other kinds of pipelines that we're working with.
Yeah, again, a great question. I think it varies tremendously. It's really hard to say that whether a person has come through a credential program is more prepared. I mean, generally speaking, I think we would think that folks who have gone through a credential program are more prepared to come into the classroom, but that's not always the case, and it just really depends. If we look at the data that we've compiled about the teachers that we have supported, this year, we've actually supported more preliminary credentialed teachers than emergency credentialed teachers. But in the previous 2 years, it was much higher percentage of emergency credentialed teachers. So those teachers tend to reach out more for support than the other teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions by the board? Director Yee?
Thank you, and I'm a great fan of the approach, the partnership, and the non-evaluation part. Just an observation that I'd be interested in from you, if you could, even though you tailor your program to what the teacher who comes needs, do you have some generalized categories, let's say, of what teachers are requesting? That's one question. And the second is, I think, a really important role that you potentially play, and that is maybe negative evaluation, and that is the reality is not everybody is suited to be a teacher, a professional teacher in Oakland. And do you have some? My belief would be that your role in supporting teachers to consider another option other than teaching is an essential role, because it precedes, let's say, an evaluation process.
In terms of the support that we offer, we find that many teachers coming into Oakland, there's a really high need for classroom management support. And so we were using a program, No Nonsense Nurturing, that we found very effective. The past 2 years, we were able to get 200 licenses so that we could offer that support. This year, we didn't get any. So, but we still use the
You didn't get any requests for that? Or you didn't get licenses?
We requested licenses. I think we got one. We got one.
So because it costs, each license costs a certain amount?
Yes, absolutely. And so, but we still use that particular program for supporting teachers with management. And also we offer modeling lessons, planning lessons. Sometimes teachers just want thought partnership on projects, particularly here at the end of the year, planning for next year, being prepared for next year. So whatever a teacher would do, we're there to support them. And teachers are really surprising how clear teachers are about what it is that they need. And so when we're able to tailor that support, it's really supportive for them. And my colleague will answer.
Yeah, so you guys can skip my other part, but I like this idea about the nurturing, the notion of nurturing the classroom management, because my observation about teacher preparation programs is this is probably the weakest part of the teacher preparation programs universally.
Yeah.
And it's so much of it is contextualized, and it has to do with the school culture and so many other different things. So, I'm really interested in reinforcing an investigation of what you've learned around classroom management for the good of all of us.
Thank you. Yes.
Director Torres.
I was just going to answer the second part of Director Yee's question. Just really quickly, that sort of pre-referral idea. There's two things I see there. One is with veteran teachers, one of our goals has been to expand the profile of PAR and change the sort of attitude about it among teachers so that we can increase volunteers, and we have done that. And I think the goal is that more teachers who feel like they need to improve practice will reach out for support so that they don't end up having to get referred. That's one part of it. The other part is with new teachers. We have, all of us over the last 3 years, supported teachers who sought our help in helping them figure out how to make the decision whether or not to continue in the profession. And I think it's really helpful to have that there for them, because they don't get helpful guidance in that way from any other source.
Thank you.
That's really, those are both terrific.
Director Torres.
Thank you for the report. I really liked the quotes when I read the presentation. I think the quotes are really helpful. It's always good to have both positive and negative comments, you know, but those were really good, and I think I've known that because from all the times I've heard the PAR report, there's always been something positive that has been said. When you mentioned that the goal of going where schools have high need is based on there's a large population of new students, new teachers, excuse me, I would like to know if there is something we can get as to how many schools we have, like what's the threshold and cutoff, right? Of they have 60% new teachers or 50%. And I was curious if we're able to meet all the schools that have that criteria, because we have a teacher turnover problem, over 70%. And then I was with someone the other day, and I don't know where this fits into this PAR program about new teachers, but this person said to me, who's Latina, her son taught here for 2 years and is leaving because his school is primarily white teachers. He was not welcomed. He was not talked to at lunch, in the lunchroom. He just basically said, I felt really ostracized and lost. And so he's going to go somewhere else where it might be more diverse teachers. But he's from Oakland, born and raised, went to Oakland schools, and he did not have a clue that becoming a teacher would be like that. So it's really depressing for him, I guess.
That's depressing to hear for us,
I know.
because we want more teachers
And he's
of color.
leaving, and he's Latino.
Right.
So I'm just curious.
So to answer your first question, we gather data about school vacancies that were filled and then kind of prioritize them according to the percentage, and then start going to those schools. We'll take as many as we think we can, but we don't know right off, like, who's going to ask for support. So then we gauge and we continue and roll on, and then reach out to the next wave. I can say we haven't had to turn anyone away in the 3 years that we've been doing this work. And this is one of the reasons we feel it's important to share, and we want this to continue on even when we are no longer CTs, because it's important that everyone in the district know that this is something that they can receive as teachers and for support from their peers.
So does it make sense that we might have a policy that all first and second year teachers go through informational meetings about this at the beginning of a school year, and that means the first and second year? Because I feel like we're not catching enough.
Yes.
We cannot stop the bleeding. So it just seems like such a great program, but we need to know about it.
Yes, so what we have done, we have, Muslima has been at the New Teacher Institute in order to do trainings there. But we've positioned ourselves and lobbied to be able to do trainings throughout the year at different times. But isn't always like given to us and enough in advance to let teachers know and let them have the choice to come.
So it sounds like a policy would make sense.
A policy would make sense.
That's great. Let's work on it.
Great. Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Looks like Ms. Gard has a comment also.
Hi, Director Torres. I just wanted to also note, this is one of the things that we want to work on this year, is pulling together the PAR team and our induction program. So we have Lisa Rothbard, who's leading induction for teachers who are intern teachers, and others that need to clear their credential, and then the work that Sarah Glassman's doing with emergency credential teachers, so that we can get an understanding when you're entering into the
including
district.
SPED coaches too, would
Right.
be really important.
When you're a teacher entering, and then even when you're a current teacher, what are all the options? And I agree there should be a policy, and I love the work that they've been doing, and the work they do is the work that they've thought of and they've done on their own, and that's what's important about it also. But just to put us all together so that when people enter into our system, they know all the options of which they can go to.
Thank you. Let's move on to public comment. Can we call the public comment,
I
please?
just want to add one thing to what Ms. Gard just said, which is that she said it was the work that we thought of, and I just don't want to, I think we have to underscore that we've been inspired to create that work because of Pat Jensen. So just to, again, to acknowledge the work she's done for this district over the years.
I really would like us, it's 10 o'clock, so we're going to need a motion on how long to extend. Ms. Jennings, if you want to come forward and offer, we'll give you, oh, she does not. Okay, great. We're going to go to our superintendent, and then we're going to go to public comment.
I just wanted to thank you all for the incredible work that you're doing, and I can't help sitting here thinking of how much wealth of information and wisdom you have that can inform other parts of our system. And I know in the last role that I had here, we did no nonsense nurturing, not through your program, but through just training some other teachers at schools to do the real-time teacher coaching program. So that's one strategy, but really just thinking about how grounded your work is in our social emotional learning standards. And you know, I know you can't disclose what you're doing individual teachers, but I really do feel like there's things you could do to actually help us as a system. Really from onboarding through support for teachers through their life course in the district, and also collaborate with some of our other programs in student support services, family, around what you're learning about what the needs of our teachers are, and more importantly, your approach that's clearly created the relational trust for people to change and make important decisions about their tenure here or what else might be better for them. Thank you.
Great. Let's go to public comment, please.
We have one, Asada Olabala.
Love life. If teacher retention is the question, and you heard tonight that teachers came to you and said they're teaching in closets, they're teaching in cafeterias and hallways, they have shared classrooms, that situation probably will result in some teachers deciding to leave. And so you have an opportunity tonight, appreciate what they are doing, but there come certain circumstances where you are aware that if we don't do something, we're gonna lose teachers. And that's what happened tonight. So I ask again, who is gonna make the request that you look for an informational report from the superintendent where facilities have classrooms that are inappropriate for teaching, be identified for you to review and to make recommendations to the superintendent to change that situation. If you don't do it, you have the risk of losing teachers. Don't get up here and talk about teacher retention and other people are doing the work. You have an opportunity to do the work to keep teachers. 70% retention is an issue. Who is going to say something? Are we all going to sit here and act like we're going to move on and not ignore the issue? I'm waiting. So I will publicly announce that this body sat here, heard from their teachers about the teaching situation there, and you did absolutely nothing. Nothing. But you want to go to the voters next November and ask them to help you, and you're not helping, and this is affecting teaching and learning.
Thank you. Was there any other public comment on this item? That was it. Okay. So we are moving on to item T.
President Ng, I would like to make a motion to extend this meeting until 11 o'clock. Hopefully we won't need that time.
I'm saying 10:30. All right. Is there a second? No, I mean. 101. Okay, so we have one more presentation today. It's item T4. This is a verbal update on the Superintendent's Blueprint Ad Hoc Committee. We have Ms. Yvette Renteria, our Deputy Chief of Innovation, to provide updates.
Good evening again. Wanted to provide an update on our Blueprint Ad Hoc Committee meetings that have been going on. Just to provide and set some context, on May 20th, the board has passed the resolution that focused on creating a Blueprint Ad Hoc Committee that would do three things. One, on short form, you'll see it on the document, review the criteria and identify any considerations when we talk about expansions, mergers and consolidations and closures. 2, review the Blueprint for Quality Schools work plan and provide recommendations. And 3, review the engagement process and provide recommendations. So once this was approved, we had a set of internal staff that started thinking about who were these 15 committee members that we were going to look at. So we spent a few days with various folks internally looking through and dissecting which community members, parents, teachers, teachers were selected by the OEA president, which community members, parents, and students would be selected for this program. It went through a series of our departments, and I personally made phone calls and sent emails to all of the folks that we selected. We had approximately 53 that we had to actually narrow down to 15. And just based on our current engagements, I feel like we've done a good job of really getting various perspectives at the table. I'll talk a little bit about that a little later. So we had 93% of the 15 that we called accept to be a part of the committee. And so our first meeting was an all-day meeting on Saturday, April 13th, where our focus was around building community with this group, reviewing the selection criteria that we used thus far, and then also just getting some initial input. We found from that meeting that there was a lot more information that the committee wanted, primarily around our financials, and really a lot of data around like what happened in the past with closures. So our April 29th meeting, we had Nana present our financial implications, both how did we get to a place that we were talking about needing fewer schools, and so that I know information was presented back in March with the board, so we provided some insight there, along with what has been the analysis based on cohort 1 and some of the cohort 2 that has moved forward, specifically with CCPA and Roots. So we had an opportunity to dissect that data. Again, the committee really wanting more around 2011, 2012 information. We then continued to work forward with the criteria and thinking about what do we need to do as we start looking at the selection criteria. We know it's not formulaic, we know it's complex, we know it's not just site by site because we've done that in the past and we've encountered some challenges by doing that. And so how are we going to be able to look at a citywide perspective on the changes we need to make? Again, I'll say, like, I've really enjoyed and respected this group for the amount of different perspectives around this and being able to still come together as a group and just genuinely listen to each other and respect each other and have an ability to dialogue with somebody who thinks completely different than you. And so I have really appreciated that this group is coming together to do this. We did this all day and we still had everybody come back except one person, and that person decided to switch with somebody else because of the commitment that they were able to engage after that. We had, since then, 2 Monday evening meetings, one on April 29th and another one last night. So my apologies for being a little tired because we ended that meeting at 9 o'clock last night. But we are moving forward with gathering a lot of their voices. So I have in this document submitted our April 14th and April 29th data around what that has looked like. We've done few PowerPoints and more charting, having people voice their opinions, putting their notes on chart paper, and actually documenting that information. And we're now at a point that come May 21st, which is our next ad hoc committee meeting, where we'll put that together. And what's been really difficult is trying to really come up with some considerations and criteria from a wide variety of perspectives. But what I can say is I am deeply honored by having these folks continually coming back and being able to have the dialogue. Are we really reaching the objectives of this resolution? It's taken longer than we expected it to. But we expect to at least come forward when we do present with some of the recommendations as well as kind of what people's input has been thus far. I shared this document with the committee just to make sure I'm staying true to everyone's voice, so they were all aware. So hopefully I asked them to come, but again, we had a late night yesterday. I couldn't imagine them coming again for another second late night, especially our teachers who have been coming to these events. So that's kind of just an initial. Our final meeting will be May 21st. I think the one thing that I have, as somebody who's leading this process have been challenged with is how do we re-engage with cohort 2? There's been some of this engagement and we haven't really walked away with like, here are some tangible considerations because there's so much information sharing at this point and so many people listening to each other that we haven't been able to come and like, here's a list of our considerations. I will say based on yesterday's information, we did talk a lot about how the considerations we've used so far have not done a great job of taking into account lived experiences. So how are we getting the voices of lived experiences from our communities? So that is something we're trying to work with, and we'll be bringing back that information and talking about what does that look like, what does that entail, what resources are needed, and can we do this? So that will be something we focus on May 21st. But as somebody leading this process, that is an area that I am challenged with right now is how do we go back to our cohort 2 knowing that we haven't come up with a final list of recommendations and considerations. That was a lot, Michael. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks for that great overview and update. Questions and comments by the board. Director Gonzalez, you want to kick us off, and then we can.
Thank you for your work. You are probably charged with the most fraught, and there's a lot of fraught bodies of work right now, right? This is really, really challenging work. My question is, how is the school engagement process going to be different? Because I think that's what we have to figure out. I think their work is really important to try and figure out what are the criteria that are going to be used going forward to identify future cohorts. But what I really need to see different, right, and the feedback I've gotten from my community is the school engagement process needs to be really different. And so I'm just curious about your reflections on that based on what you heard from them, but also based on, I mean, you and I had the chance to be part of a process that I thought was pretty cool and I think could lead to very different, being received very differently by school communities. But I am curious about what your thinking is about that.
Yeah, and I will start with just kind of the feedback and the information I've been learning from this committee. One is just the information that is accurate or not accurate that people are moving forward with in this process. So a part of the reason why we haven't gotten to the point where we're really moving forward with these considerations is because part of this is just about sharing information and getting that information and being really clear, accurate, and transparent. So as I move forward, that's what's important to me is how do we get this information? Some of the narratives out there may be accurate, may not, but like what are we talking to and how are we sharing this information so that we can be more transparent about this? And I think that was something that I've been learning through this process is like there's some pre-engagement before the engagement that is important for us to do. And so is that just like, what is our current state? Why are we talking about closing schools? Why have we gotten here? What are the financials? What does it take? What does it cost to save? What money saving is there involved in closing schools? So all of that information has been questions that have been asked that we've been able to provide information. And some of it we just, with 2011-12, it's been difficult because there was systems that were different in the past. So trying to find that has been challenging. But I would say like the pre-engagement to engagement has been something that I've learned is important.
Who else has questions? Director Torres.
So I appreciate that response about the fact that there is a pre-engagement to the engagement. And I also feel like the reality is what you're saying is there has to be some clearing the air around the 2012 closures because that's going to come up. Whether the people in the room are people who come to this board meeting often and don't have children or but worked in schools, there's always going to be that pushback about how poorly things are handled or seeming to be handled because it's not a fun topic. So I'm curious about getting in front of the what did we learn, right? What did we learn? How can we do it better? How can we take feedback? And not just from the committee, right? Because the committee comes with lots of other people on their shoulders that are wanting to give input. Because then it becomes a mess later if the committee gets looked at as suspicious and, selectively picked and this and that. So I'm just wondering in terms of surveys, how much more input people can get. And you said transparency. I mean, what is that going to look like?
Yeah. And
what is that really going to look like?
That's where we're struggling when we talk about lived experience because, one of our students yesterday during one of our small groups was like, yeah, those Healthy Kids surveys, I know you all utilize that, but as students, we're cautious about actually being honest in those as well. And so there was a lot of like, we should do small focus groups and we want to do them with trusted people. So we're really having those deeper conversations of what that looks like. But then it leads to what is the resources? You know, right now my team is myself and another person who are doing all these engagements and, you know, with the 4th and 5th grade MLA parents, with cohort 1, with cohort 2, and with ad hoc. And so 2 people doing all that is very challenging. And we're not going to ask the teachers to do even more engagement,
Right.
Because that's also very challenging for them as well. So
Yeah.
that's the part we're trying to grapple with right now, that we're hoping to bring to the table on May 21st, that has been really unpacked through this process.
I would say there's probably some very, very engaged parents who have time and who want to volunteer, who want to assist, and who want to be helpful. And if they're not being allowed to be helpful, then they are going to be somewhere else using that free
Please
time
bring them
against
my
us,
way.
making more work for you. So,
Other
thank you.
questions by the board? Director Yi.
Thank you for the report and for your candid reflections on the different complexity of it. As far as I'm concerned, personally, as one of the board members, this is an ad hoc committee, and I think there may be a difference in expectation. So I'm just testing it with you, in so far as the direction of the decisions versus the quality of the communication, and I think that's what you're kind of communicating. So to me, would you say you've established a relationship of trust? I'm looking at the committee members, and you know, I only know a few of them, less than half of them. But do you feel that this is a fairly good representation of the people who would be able to reflect and give you confidence that the strategies around communication are sufficient to make a decision? Because I believe that those of us who are on the board and the staff to make the recommendations, but the board ultimately to make the tough decisions, not based upon a vote of people in the audience who come and advocate for something, but what we believe is the best for the district. So do you feel like this group is a group that could understand the difference between that complexity and a broader sense of communication? Because if I'm a parent out there and I don't believe we should be closing my school, I will always say to you, you weren't listening to me. So all I would expect you to do is to have a group that says you made a good faith effort in communicating, not that you answered everybody's question to their satisfaction. So do you feel this is the group that could do that for you?
I feel based on some of our very heated discussions, yes, and I will also say I think you would need more than 15 people to capture a larger group to confidently be able to say
Right.
yes.
So and I'm only saying this as in an effort to support you in your work as the community engagement person, that I don't expect you to have any larger group than this, but if this group is an authentic representation itself, then you should feel good about the relationship that you've built with them over this very short period of time. And then I feel good about knowing that the decisions I make are reinforced by the fact that you have a group that you're being held accountable to for communication, not for the decision, but for the communication. So you're reassuring me with that nodding
yes.
that this could be that group for you as we move forward in the year.
Yes.
Thank you, Director Yi.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, could you just go over again the timeline for the next steps and when we'll hear recommendations from the board?
Yes, so
to the board.
we've covered the engagements and the criteria in terms of discussions and getting as much feedback as possible. Our next meeting is May 21st, and that is actually our last ad hoc committee meeting, where we're hoping to actually come forward with some considerations from there, or at least the feedback of all of them. I don't know if we'll get to this is what collectively they said, but I can definitely bring forward this is what the feedback has been around where we should be thinking about considerations, how we should engage differently and more and better, and what our work plan looks like and how we should modify that.
Okay, and that's going to be at one of our June board meetings?
I believe so. I'm happy to do it anytime after May 21st.
Okay, got it. And I do believe, this is to board members also, there has been a request also to schedule a special meeting for the blueprint, the third Wednesday in June.
June 19th.
June 19th, thank you. So we can also get more information at that meeting as well. Vice President Lennon.
President Ng, I know you want to move on, but I just want to say that I think this is a great effort for 15 people. And we have a city of 400,000. And I heard you refer to this, but I am once again going to suggest that you, being the staff, really look at what other means of communication can you use. Can you do some short videos, like 3-minute videos that you post on Facebook? Can you do a Facebook Live session? You're going to need to post these things in multiple languages, but I just feel like you need a big campaign. I know you have a campaign type resource available to you, and I would really encourage you, before you come back to us in June, to think about what you can put together that's going. It sounds like you have better idea now of what is the key information that is helpful to people, and think about how you can boil that down and get that out. Push it out. Use Twitter, use Snapchat, use whatever our parents are looking at, and push it out, because I think this is really important for the work that we want to do, and we cannot go on our summer recess in July without having done more comprehensive outreach. And so I was under the impression that you got us a grant with a communications firm to help us do that, and I feel like this is the moment to do something that's going to be community-wide and reaching. That's my opinion on that last piece of it.
And that grant that we're talking about, Prospect has been helping us with this, so they've been supporting us in this facilitation process. So the nice thing about that is they've been able to sit in these rooms and listen to then think about how we
I'm envisioning like a series of short YouTube-style videos, and you can go in and you can click on, here's the budget, here's the, whatever it is, and if there are people who would do that if they were short enough.
Mr. Sirki.
Ms. Renteria, I wanted to thank you for the amount of work you've been holding, and this ad hoc committee, a lot of thought went into the 15 people that are there, and so I think it's a good representative group. It is an ad hoc committee, and I think once we entered it, like any committee, the end objective you might not have the same path we thought of at the beginning, but I think it certainly speaks to the fact that this is really complicated work. It will continue to be controversial and complicated, even with a really robust and outstanding communications and engagement campaign, which is not an excuse that there's areas we certainly need to improve in and can do better. But it will continue to be really hard work, and so I think this is a great start to have that. These are people who actually, as Director Torres said, have other networks. So I think the fact that you spent the much time to really give them the information that they want in and of itself is a great outcome. And it's not going to be the be-all, end-all to recommendations we do to continue to improve our site-based engagement, our citywide engagement. So I just wanted to thank you, and I think it's a starting point. I think it'll come out with some good stuff, and it could be something that could iterate into an ongoing way that we engage some key community folks in the process that can actually help us to be ambassadors around this work moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the update. So we are on T5. Is there a motion to approve item T5? This is the provisional interim. Oh, sorry. Public comment on the previous item. Yes. Public comment for T4. Thanks for the reminder.
Thank you. My name is Christy Thomas. I'm a parent of a Kaiser student, and I was really upset when I heard about the OUSD Blueprint for Quality Schools ad hoc committee meeting just the day before it happened. It seemed like a really secretive process. Why wasn't the formation of the committee or its meeting public information? Why is OUSD holding secret meetings? Now we know about the dates and things, but at the time they were secret with hand-picked members of the community. Secret meetings do not equal transparency. Exclusive committees do not equal community engagement. The board passed President Ng's resolution on improving community engagement, but when is the improvement going to start? And when is the deep engagement with the impacted community going to start? Kaiser School members also have outstanding FOIA requests. We're waiting for information and transparency. Thank you.
Hey, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. So it's the superintendent's blueprint ad hoc committee. And the Latin is for a purpose. So the committee is established for a purpose. It doesn't mean anything about engagement or non-engagement. All it means is that somebody's going to, a group of people, the superintendent has a right to appoint is an ad hoc committee. Ad hoc committee wasn't anything that the public established or anything like that. So it could be something I agree with or don't agree with. But the thing is that that word frame is not even whatever they communicate, and whether they have a minority report and a majority report. It's going to communicate some information, and the essence is how it's framed. And the frame that I worry about is that we're sort of looking forward. The blueprint is just we're looking forward to the future, what decisions, facilities we're going to have, where they're going to be located. But we're caught up in the fact that this board doesn't control where charter schools are located. But it can do something about it, and I'll repeat, again, you have to work with the city. The city has the ability to contain where certain industries or whatever are located. So that means that that power that you don't have under state law, you could get it back to a certain extent if you work with the city. I've said that repeatedly, and I don't want to keep boring you by saying it again. Thank you.
Love life. I don't know if you realize it or not, but every school board meeting is a community engagement component. And if you look at the way you handle the lack of engagement around the issue of classroom space by Howard Elementary School, and I've come just to a few of these meetings, but when children come before you, and parents come before you, and teachers come before you, there's lack of engagement that's appropriate. You sit and you ignore, you move on. There is no engagement. To meet outside of this room and have people collaborate, and you're saying we're going to push for engagement, and you don't even have it going on in this room. There is no engagement. You will not recognize, and it's almost high and mighty, like we don't need to hear from you, this is my meeting. We don't have a collaboration. This issue, nobody responded to this issue tonight of classroom facilities. And why not? Why not? And you're going to talk about we got to work on relationships and engagement, improving them. No, you don't. Do it every time you have a meeting here. And all this stuff about recommendations, people sit back and they think they're empowered. Recommendations mean nothing because you're the one to make the final decision. And you falsely make people believe, sitting in those rooms, that they're empowered to make a difference.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item T5, the provisional internship permit?
So,
Second.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Yee or Gonzalez.
I just had a quick comment. I want to just kind of, I probably will annoy you all, but I'm going to regularly pull these out and note that, we're giving emergency or these provisional permits for high school teacher at Fremont, a middle school music teacher at Alliance, and then also a social science teacher at Castlemont. So 3 kind of provisional internships that we are approving in this particular case, and it seems we must have to depend on them to be in our schools.
Is there any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, on this item, 19020824, Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Director Harris, Vice President London, President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt item V? This is the pupil discipline consent report.
Second.
Moved by Director Torres, seconded by Director Gonzalez. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call on this item?
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Harris, Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Is there any regular board member reports?
No.
Any introduction of new legislative matter?
Yes. Can I ask our, I don't know, is it interim superintendent?
Chief of Staff.
Sit-in, yeah. Can you ask the superintendent to get us an informational report on the allegations of classes that are not taught in classrooms? For instance, at what was raised tonight, I forgot, Highland, is that what the name? Howard Elementary. Can we get some kind of feedback about that from the principal, please? Thank you.
Great. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.